Judah, Judah, Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave
Six chill, for real.
Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Esau was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau, the end of my kingdom's up. On the eagle's neck, I'll press. I woke up from my rest. I woke up from my arrest. My rulership is up next. No vex. Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah.
Shalom Yasharallah.
Shalom. Welcome to the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge, located at 8524 South Braesville Boulevard, Houston, Texas, 77071. Class times are Monday and Wednesday, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., Friday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., and Shabbat morning class from 10 to 2 or till. We have another location out in Virginia. Their address should be there on the screen. Their class times are Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 to 9, and Shabbat morning class from 10 to 2. We have another location out in San Antonio, Texas. Their address should be there on the screen. Their class times are very similar to ours, but they go an hour longer during the weekday. We're still working on the Albuquerque location. We do have the blog talk that you can continue to stay connected with your learning and your edification. You can find Priest Mashaba on Blog Talk Radio at blogtalkradio.com/Mashaba. So check him out. Check the other brothers that teach on there. Very good teachers, very good classes. We ask that you like, share, and subscribe to all our other YouTube channels. So they all should be listed there. If you're like, when you're trying to find it, you don't have to search it. If you go to ours, underneath it, you'll have all the other ones listed underneath it. Or if you go to the Virginia one, all the other YouTube channels are listed underneath it. Upcoming feasts, we have Hanukkah coming up, and that's December 8th through 15th. So get ready for that. Israel, they're accepting orders. So if you want something custom, get on that before Passover hits, and they will be locked down on Passover. You could also get onto the monthly subscription of Friend It Up. You can get a t-shirt, a different t-shirt every month for $35, or you can get a t-shirt and headband for $75. Very good quality work. Sisters put blood, sweat, and tears into their work. The Hebrew Academy, we have it here in Houston on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. If you're not in Houston surrounding areas, you can link in with us through the Zoom. Just hit one of us up. Let us know that you want to be a part of the Hebrew Academy, and we'll send you the link. They do it every Wednesday in Virginia. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 757-300-4047, or you can reach Priest Quatazat at 303-557-8979. Please text only during class. We do have a business that helps support the school. Sweet ambiance. You can get your aromatherapeutic oils, fragrances, keep your house smelling good, keep your person smelling good, keep your vehicle smelling good, stay smelling good everywhere you go. Don't worry about smelling coronavirus. Worry about smelling funk. All right. If you want to make any donations, you can drop that into our Wells Fargo account. The number should be there on the screen, or you can Zelle it. If you want to donate anything to us, you can send that. You can reach out to Priest Quatazat and he'll give you a good address to where you can send any items that you feel will be useful to the ministry. And that's it for the announcements.
All right. Let's start the Sabbath ceremony. Let's rise and face Jerusalem.
You did the announcements already? Okay.
Real fast.
Ready to love. Ready to fall in love.
Should I do that too? All right. Perfect. All right, ready? Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Ab.
Yahweh Ab.
The war. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Amen. And I bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thank you, so be it. And the light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the scriptures. By Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
What you need?
Oh, it's right here, my bad.
Yeah.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Ab.
Yahweh Ab.
Rayak.
Rayak.
The water. Aman.
Amen. And that's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us a sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. And the frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. The scriptures say, let my prayers be set before thee as incense.
Barakatah Yahweh. Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Ab. Shabbat. Shalom. The water. Aman.
And that's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
This will be Psalm chapter 121. Anashah. Ayanim Yah. Al-Hahorium. Na'ayah. Yahweh. Isaiah. Yahweh. Ma Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Wa'aratazah. La'ah. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashawamar. Yasher Allah, Yahweh, Shamaria, Yahweh, Tazalia, Al, Yam Yad, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashamaria, Makol, Rai, Yashamar, Napashya, Yahweh, Yashamar, Walakia, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitan, Wa'ai, Walam, Aman.
Everybody coming?
Coronavirus.
Oh, it's not coronavirus. Stop.
Psalm chapter 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Bahashem Yahushua.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Tawada.
Tawada.
Amyada. Aman.
Aman.
Shema Yasher Allah.
Shema Yasher.
Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Echad. Shema Yasher Allah. Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Echad. Shema Yasher Allah. Yahweh Allah Hayanoah. Yahweh Echad.
And as hear Israel, Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
All right, it's the Lord's Prayer. Abba Noah, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Ayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak with Ka, Daba'a, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Arataza, Kawa, Haya, Bashamayim, Talanawa, Chum, Ko, Yawam, Masalach Noah, Chavawat Noah, Kasalach Noah, Chavawat Yenoah, Wala'ah, Tabaya Noah, Banasaya 1, Abo, Awashai Noah, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwat, Wa'ala, Wa'ata Parat, La'aiwalanim, Aman.
The Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen.
This is the Ten Commandments. La'ah, Yahaya, Laka, Alahayim, Achorim, Al-Punyah.
The Ten Commandments.
No, that was the first.
Oh, shit. My bad. Thou shalt have no other God before me.
No, I didn't translate it this time. La'ah, La'isha, Laka, Paso, Wala'ah, Da'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah, Dalakwak'at, Shum, Yahweh, Bashawah.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakor, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad, Abaka, Wa'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah, Ratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah, Dana'ab.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah, Daganab.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah, Da'ina, Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ah, Lachamad, Kol, Ashra, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Yeshavim, which means to be seated.
That's a quick ceremony. Going through. Put that outside.
I was going to put them back.
The kids are in the back. Put it outside.
Hey.
All right.
So today, boys,
Shalom, y'all. So today we will be going over
everyone's favorite
Esau,
man.
the Edomites.
The guy everybody loves to love.
Listen, I'm just waiting on the first Edomite lover to come on here.
The first, we're going to talk about the man that everyone loves to love. Right? So where we at? Genesis, we're going to be Genesis 25,
Cunning.
obviously.
Genesis 25 and 19.
You know, when you deal with this Genesis, the 25th chapter, and it goes into the story of Esau and Jacob, you know what you can't do? And this is where a lot of people make the mistake. You look at the so-called Edomites, the so-called white man, from you try to make him look like what he looks like today and put him into Genesis 25. Remember, when you read Genesis, the 25th chapter, and this is telling you about the first Edomite that was born, that means that his everything about him was so potent. His look, when it said he came out red and hairy, there was a level of potency there. He was the first Edomite.
Pure.
He was the purest of the pure of Edomites. He was the first one. So you can't try to take even how Esau looks today and say, well, that's how he looked in Genesis 25. Why? Because they've been watered down, just like we've been watered down.
Yeah.
Right? They've been weakened. The genetics have been watered down. So, but you still have a few that, the majority that what? They hairy as hell. They wear a polo, and the hair is springing forth through the polos, the polo neck, or if they wear a long sleeve, or if they wear a watch. You know there's something going on when the hairs on your body are so long, you can brush them. Esau be brushing his arms, man. The majority of them people can brush their arms and the chest. Like there was a joke. If you ever watched like Austin Powers, right? If you ever watched Austin Powers, what was the funny part about Austin Powers? That he was showing that there was Esau. He had this rug on his chest that looked like he had like a bear's fur on his chest. It was worse than the photo you put up there. But we got to remember, we're dealing with this first man in his potency. Then through time, what did he do? He married out, and he weakened his genes, but they still, their characteristics, their spirit, still shows forth who they are. You can't weaken the spirit. You're not going to weaken the spirit of who they are, because that's carried through generations, who they are. So you really don't need, how we go to all these other books to show y'all, like Esau is Edom, and we go through all these different books to show you. All you got to really do is read Genesis 25 and look at the spiritual side of it, and you won't be confused on who is the Edomites. You won't be sitting there thinking like, oh, the Edomites are the Arabics. Before we start reading, I'll pose one question. The Bible says that there was going to be a perpetual hatred of Esau towards Jacob, and perpetual violence from Esau towards Jacob, us being Jacob. Someone show me where the Arabs today are afflicting us the way the Bible said that Esau would afflict us. I'll let y'all sit on that while we go into that. Shalom, is Esau the reincarnation of Cain? Well, nowhere do we read that Esau is the reincarnation of Cain. And I don't want to just be like, yeah, but he carries that spirit. Cain, that murderous spirit, murdering your brother, they carry the same spirit.
Yeah.
They move the same way. What was Cain about? Murdering his brother. What was Esau about? As we read, he was about killing his brother. So it's either reincarnation or the regeneration. There's no scriptures to support that. Is the spirit that they roll in the same? Con. So, right, we're going to go to all the supplementary scriptures that brothers want to fire off. But let's start out. Let's salute the first brother. I just wanted to give a little intro and a reminder. Remember, don't look at the Edomites today, their look, and say, well, it don't fit what it says in Genesis 25. It's not going to. It's not going to a T, because the Genesis 25 Edomite, he was potent.
Yeah.
He was the first one. You're dealing with the first Edomite. So
and then also too, here in America, you got to remember, a lot of Edomites, they don't see the sun like that anymore. So that typical Edomite that you see, his skin ain't gonna be like all super bright red, because remember back then
they were in the sun.
They were in the sun, and what happens when Esau's in the sun? That redness really comes out. So when you look at now, a lot of Esau, they don't be in the sun like that, and if they are, they put on the suntan or whatever, or the little
SP1000.
Yeah, so you can think, but what's cold is, when we're gonna read about it, it said that when he came out, he was red. So
all over like a watch. We'll read it.
Yeah.
We'll get some scriptures. Let's salute the first bro.
Nicodemus, Yahweh.
Say it. You reversed it. You got it?
to it every week.
It's your name.
You think it's so hard, man. I just Nicodemus, Sabbath Shaw, Yahweh, Baron Yashi'Allah.
Nicodemus Shawat Tashal Yahawada, Ban Yashar Allah, Men of Israel, Imadian, Barak.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua Rakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah.
Every weekend. Thank you,
Yeah, that royal family in England is, they red as hell.
Not all of them. Some of them is a lot of them people in England are pasty as hell. Cause
I'm talking about the royal family.
oh yeah, but not all of them.
Yeah, because the queen herself, she's
She's pasty because they don't get no sunlight in Europe. That place got no. When it says that Europe is the bottomless pit, there's no natural resource. They barely even get sunlight. That's a natural resource. They barely even get sun. They're pasty out there. It's always cloud covered and dreary. So they're not getting they're not getting sunlight like that out there. So a lot of them people, yeah, they're pasty. They look like milk of magnesia. What do you say? You pasty bastard. You looking like you just came out of 9/11. That's how they look. Like they just got dusted over with charcoal, with chalk.
literal chalk.
Yeah. Right. So where we starting off at?
25:19.
Right. Right. Let's read it.
All right. Genesis chapter 25, verse 19. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begot Isaac, verse 20. And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethel, the Syrian of Padam-aram, the sister to Laban, the Syrian. Verse 21. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife, because she was barren, and the Lord was entreated of him. And Rebekah, his wife, conceived. Verse 22. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord.
Right. So as we see from the beginning, there was a struggle with these two children. There was a struggle within the womb, right? And as we come now and fast forward thousands of years later, we see that there's a struggle now. There's been a perpetual struggle between Jacob and Esau. One moment they were in power, next minute we in power. Then they overpower us, and they've overpowered us for the last 500, 600 years they've been in power?
About 5.
Yeah, about 500 years, man. The 1490s, when you go into the history, the Edomites, Esau didn't re-emerge into power until about the 1480s to the 1490s. And I'm going to do a class on that. That's when they introduced the image of Christ as the white man.
Yeah.
That's what brought them into full power. Being able to circulate that image of them being the Most High in Christ. Everyone bowed to that. But before that, we had them locked down for 1,000 years, man. For 1,000 years, they were locked down. Satan was bound, bound up. And what did we do? We ruled.
Yeah.
We ruled the earth. We ruled Europe, not just Europe. We ruled the whole earth, man.
Come.
So we can see that there's been this power struggle, this teeter-totting of power between Jacob and Esau from the womb. But hold where you at real quick. Let me get one. Just to show, if Jacob, just think about this. If Jacob, the righteous line was with Jacob, what was going on in the womb with Esau? Oh, you stole my pad.
I'm sorry.
No, you need it?
I don't need it.
You sure?
Okay.
I just want to write something down real quick. What was going on with Jacob? What was going on with Esau?
They were struggling together,
Right.
fighting.
They were struggling, right? Watch this. Go to, I think it's in Psalms. What is that? Go to Psalm 58:3.
Psalm 58.
No, that's her.
From the womb.
Yeah, go to Psalm 58:3.
Come out speaking lies.
Psalm 58, verse 3. The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies.
It said the wicked are estranged from the womb. So this struggle in the womb, this struggle, man, you know, we got to put it into perspective. It says the wicked. We know that Esau, he came out. He was the wicked one. He came out with those murderous intentions. He came out trying to sell his birthright, trying to disannul the things that were more important. Yahweh Shai said it best. He said, you savorest not the things of the Lord.
Cunning.
Esau did not savor the things of the Lord.
At all.
At all. So it said the wicked is estranged from the room. They come out speaking lies. Right? So, you know, go ahead, read on, Nicodemus. I ain't
Verse,
gonna talk to
Genesis
her.
chapter 25, verse 23. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb,
Right?
and 2 manner of people
Right.
shall be separated from thy bowels.
This is very important. The Bible says 2 nations. So there was already going to be a distinction. 2 nations are in thy womb, 2 manner of people. When you go into manner or mannerisms, the scriptures is letting us know that we were going to have 2 different mannerisms of how we carried ourselves.
Cunning.
So one was going to be righteous and one was going to be wicked. One was going to be righteous and one was going to be wicked. There was no distinction of who until it says the younger is going to serve the older, the older will serve the younger. So we know who came out first, but we can't get around 2 different manner. Check this out. When you look up that word manner, let's look that up real quick. Manner. Definition. Watch this. It says manner. A person's outward bearing or way of behaving towards others. You see that? So the way that Esau was going to behave towards others was going to be different than the way Jacob was going to behave towards others. Now, let's think about it. We don't got to go, do we got to go even any further?
Really don't.
Look at the way Esau deals with the world. Look at the way Esau deals with the entire planet
Come.
as opposed to any other people. Look at the way Esau does things. He does things for his gain. He does things for his control. He does things for his benefit. He does things out of lust. He does things out of hate.
Yeah.
He does things for spite. Think about it, man. I was watching, I'm watching that show. It's on like ABC. It's called Just for Life. It's about a black man that they falsely accused of being a drug dealer, put him in jail. He became a lawyer in jail. Start trying all these corrupt cases, winning, and then he got himself off. But you got to see how these white boys, man, these New Jersey Italian white boys, they're literally setting up lies to make sure that this dude don't get out of jail. Mm-hmm. He was just a regular dude. He's a regular little club owner, minding his own business. They planted drugs in his club and said that they hit him with the kingpin statute, RICO laws. But how many times has Esau? They make movies about it now because. But think about how they've been rolling just in this era, how they've been rolling, putting us down for generations, man. Making up lies. They said he speak lies from the beginning. Framing us. Setting us up for the kill. We haven't even got into the cunning hunter part. Show me where the Arabs are cunning hunters. Where they even hunt anything. Show me. But
that's how you know, like, they're not using the scriptures they're using they're using outside stuff to try to show stuff pertaining to the scriptures. And when you just stick to the scriptures, just that alone, just the hunters. Like, just think about before you found the truth. Everybody always wondered, why do white people like to hunt so much?
It's in their DNA.
Everybody wondered that before they came into the truth. Like, it never came to my mind, like, man, I want to kill this lion and take a picture with it. Or, man, I want to kill this deer and take a picture with it. Or kill this bear and take a picture with it and stuff it and put it in my house.
Or go chase it. Or go chase down the most poisonous snake in the world, kiss it, and then drop it.
Yeah, or put the head of the moose on my wall.
Right.
Or have a bear rug. Or have a tiger rug with the head still on it. Like, I might have the rug if I'm speaking if I was still in the world. I might have the rug, but I don't want the paws and the head on it.
Because it's about trophy.
Yeah.
It's a trophy. It's a momentum because it's in their mannerism. See, when it says two different manner of people,
Yeah.
niggas ain't trying to hunt. We just start picking up guns, man. But we ain't trying to be out there and let's go on safari. Like Esau made that a thing. Like let's go on safari.
Like look at this picture. They got the rhino killed and they all taking a picture like
look at what
nobody care about that. Like no,
but they do.
They do. They're the only ones that care.
They care about that.
Ain't no other race of people or nations that care about any of that.
Because you know what they're showing? They're showing their dominance and their blessing.
Yeah.
That's another thing. They're showing their dominance and their blessing. They're using their blessing to their advantage.
Good point.
And we'll read what their blessing is. But they're using their blessing to their advantage, man. But they show it every single day. They show it every single day. So, again, we don't need 1,000 books, 50 million supplementary scriptures, Book of Enoch, we don't need those to show us who the white man is. All you got to do is read. Use your mind and see, wait a minute, who's doing what in this world? And for what purpose? For what purpose? Why does the so-called white man, why does Esau do what he does? For what purpose? Well, his purpose is to show his dominance. His purpose is because it says that he's the most vile man on the earth. Right? Because not only does he want to kill these animals, but he wants to have sex with them too.
God.
He'll have sex with these animals if he could. They'll abuse these animals. Look at who was that? Siegfried and Roy, the two little lion guys. Is that them?
Magicians.
Yeah, you see how one of them almost got ate up? They was abusing them animals.
Mm-hmm.
But the Most High, man, he continues to give us the evidence. We just can't be denying it.
They also, Esau likes to make animals, I want you to think, those white tigers, those aren't...
Yeah, they're called ligras.
Yeah,
Ligras, yeah, they crossbreed animals. Yeah, they make the ligra, and they make the liger. It's a liger, and there's another one.
You got the liger and you got the tigon.
The tigon, because what it is if they mix a male lion with a female tiger, and then they mix a male tiger with a female lion.
But you see those snow tigers, where they're all white and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Those don't exist.
Snow leopards?
No, they're snow leopards, but there's
snow tigers.
Tigers like you see in the zoo. Those don't exist outside of
The zoo,
labs.
right? No, you're absolutely right. Because those animals can't even reproduce.
Yep, they can.
Yeah, you get Siberian tigers that are actual. They can dwell in the snow, but see that's Esau for you though, right? Because what is his whole motive? I'm going to play God. I'm going to determine the course of the world. I'm going to bring forth new animals and new discovery. I'm going to go past what has already been given, and who can weigh a flame? Well, we did it. Who can count the sand of the sea? Oh, we already got that. There's a what do you say? Quintuplet trillion? Is that even a word? Quan something amount of sand on the sea. Stop. Oh, we could measure a wave. That's where they're at with it. But show me again. The Arabs is only concerned about building tall buildings. All they want to do is just build nice resorts. Where are the Arabs affecting the whole globe, the whole world? At a magnitude of death, destruction, death by vaccine, death by disease. Think about it. All the diseases that spread, and they so coincidentally spread always in Africa.
That's true.
How? But a week later, y'all were out there vaccinating everybody. We got to see it, man. We got to see who is perpetuating the evil. Who moves in a different manner than all other people.
You're right.
Think about it. No one moves like Esau unless they follow him.
You know what's funny?
Unless you come in. Yeah.
You know one thing too, when you look at like the violence of Esau, right? We've been on this topic recently, and we've been talking about porno, right? If y'all think back to porno, who's the majority? What nation do you see the most on porn?
Esau.
It's Esau. It's Esau.
Ron Jeremy's and the
it's always Esau. Like, so
Hefner.
when you look at that, it's like the Arabs, they're not into that. When you look at the other races, the other nations, you have a few that's on their con,
but not at the level of Esau.
but not at the level of Esau. And Esau,
Where he'll
Esau
give you
is all over
he'll
that.
give you every fetish.
Yeah,
He'll give you all types of different locations and take pride in it.
con.
They'll display it like he said, Hugh Hefner. Y'all forgot that Hugh Hefner was a pedophile? But everybody masked that over because the little chicks that he was rolling with was every white man's dream to be 70 years old with a 19-year-old.
Yep.
That's every white man's dream. To be old as hell and wrinkly with a young little piece of tail. And not just one, but several. He did it, and everybody was like, oh my God, he's a pimp. No, he's a pedophile. We got to change that P word to pedophile.
That's true.
Because he's vile. He was sleeping with your little young daughters and turning them out.
Yep.
Is he dead now?
Yeah, Hugh Hefner died.
He just died. That's long ago.
He died. Hopefully it was a gruesome death. I mean, he is what he is. A lot of people looked up to him and act like he was really like some pillar in the community.
Yeah,
Let's go to the Playboy Mansion. It's a staple in the community. Stop.
Yep.
What's that?
That's how Bill Cosby got caught up.
What you mean?
Visiting that Playboy Mansion. Drugging
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I'm pretty sure he was sliding through there dealing with little
That's how he
young
got-
tenders.
That's how you got them cases with the white men.
I believe it. I wouldn't doubt it. But that's what happens when you get intermingled with the man that's in a different mind state and rolls with a different mannerism than you do. You start getting entangled with him, you start having these entanglements, right? You're going to pay the price of you lay with dogs and you're going to catch fleas, man. Read where we at. Read on.
Genesis chapter 25, verse 23. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. Verse 24. And when her days to be delivered was fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb.
So they were twins, not in the sense of identical twins. They were fraternal twins, 2 manner of people. But they were twins. Go ahead.
Verse 25. And the first came out red all over like a hairy garment.
Now let's deal with this word red. There's about 30 different shades of red. About 30 different shades of red on a color spectrum. So it said he came out red like a hairy garment. Somebody go to someone go to Exodus real quick. 26:14. Yeah. It said he came out red like a hairy garment. So let's deal with the garments. Let's deal with the garments that we know that were red. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 26, verse 14.
Right?
And thou shalt make a covering for the tent of ram skin.
Of what?
Of ram skins.
Go ahead.
Dyed red.
Dyed red. So ram skins dyed red. Who knows what we use to dye things red in this day? What's that?
Carmine.
We use the carmine beetle. Now the beetle, remember the Bible tells us that the beetles, all different manner of beetles were lawful for consumption. So we also use that beetle. That's the only thing at this time that, other than actual blood, the carmine beetle was the only thing that produced the color red. So that was known at that time. They would take a bunch of these beetles, dry them out, crush them up into a powder, and then you throw a little water on it, and that's how you get the red dye. Basically, the ram skins were dyed with blood. So the Bible is telling us that this white man, he came out, blood red, man. He came out looking like this. This is my little face mask that we gotta wear. But he came out,
Look at this.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
snap.
And I just typed in carmine beetle,
Yeah, and that's somebody's hand.
but that's the Edomite's finger.
That's an Edomite's finger.
His
So he
finger's
got
right next to
he
it.
got a picture of an Edomite's finger with a carmine bug on his finger, and it's the same shade of red.
Wow.
Yeah, that's wild.
Wow.
But the Bible's already telling you. They just did it after the fact. But Esau came out red like this face mask. He was looking something like this cup. But then he was red with hair. He was like a ram skin dyed red. That's what he was. That's what the Bible, no matter what y'all think or what you say, the Bible equates the first Edomite to when we took a ram skin and dyed it red and put it on the temple. That's what was the comparison for that first white man, for that first Edomite. Was wow, he came out looking like a ram skin dyed red.
Yeah.
Or a badger skin dyed red, because what else? That's what we did. The Bible is going to edify the Bible, right? So read on.
And the covering of badger skin.
Right, badger skin, or we know that the badger was not an actual badger, because that's an unlawful animal. The badger was another word for deer or some type of antelope that was lawful.
Question.
What's that?
Is it actually a, I know that in Numbers 12 and 12 it talks about how they come out, they don't want to be like that. So it's actually a
Wait,
curse to
say that one more time.
Numbers in 12 and 12.
Oh, right, the leprosy.
Right, so is it actually a curse to be an Edomite?
It's
Because they had clean leprosy.
a curse to have leprosy, to have to not have melanin.
So
Edomite, remember, Edomite's a nationality.
Con,
So
con.
you have Edomites that have melanin.
Okay.
You have Edomite. Think about it.
Come.
When you mix Jacob and Esau together,
Right, they come out. They do.
some of them come out with melanin. That's just a byproduct of mixing.
Okay.
So we can't say it's a curse to be an Edomite, even though it is a curse to be an Edomite. Why? Because they have no repentance. They have no, the
Right.
Most High got the perpetual hatred for them.
Con.
So they are doomed,
Okay.
right? But are we saying, are they cursed because of, the leprous part? Well, it's a curse to not have melanin.
They're cursed because of the mindset that they have, and that mindset that they have, the Most High, it's like Cain. Cain's mindset and the spirit of Cain, that's what made Cain cursed. The Most High just put that mark on Cain because of the way Cain dealt. So it's like the same thing with Esau. Esau is cursed because of his mentality and how he deals. It's like we went over this. It felt like we went over this like a couple months ago, but we're already going over it again.
It was 6 months ago.
No, I mean like a month ago.
Oh.
That's how it feels. But when you look at the mentality of Esau, it said he was going to come out and be like this, right? But when you look at it, it said they struggled in the womb. It said he came out red and hairy, right?
Con.
It didn't say that he was going to come out and just straight up just be wicked. You see what I'm saying? He just chose to become wicked.
Con.
He chose to be like that.
Con.
So when you look at that spirit that Esau rolls with, they chose to be like that. And the Most High, like the lack of melanin. Of course, the Most High already knew he was going to be like that. And that lack of melanin that they don't have, or the melanin that they don't have, I should just say, the Most High just put that mark on them.
Right.
The same way he did Cain.
Yeah, they clean lepers.
Basically. But it's still a curse,
Right.
like it says in Numbers. Right? So jump back. So hopefully we're understanding, the magnitude of what the scriptures are saying.
Yeah.
Again, we don't got to go to 50 million books. All you got to do is just go to the Bible and understand. He came out red and hairy like a garment. What garment? What garments did we have that were red and hairy? Badger skins dyed with blood. So he came out blood red.
I've never heard an Arab call themselves red.
Nope.
Well, you got Esau calling themselves rednecks.
Yep.
That's true.
Right.
Think about it.
They tell you. They tell you themselves, like the spirit bear witness.
That's why, listen, that's why you have to have, if I can get one scripture.
Yeah.
If I can get one scripture, sis.
My mother's Esau, and when she was having sun too much, she'll be like, I'm red like a lobster.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. Now, let me say this. Let me say this. And this is why, even in this day and age, we cannot get caught up in the skin tone, because you have many Israelites that when they get up in that sun, what happens with their skin? They get red. Right? I'm pretty sure if you hit the sun,
I burned once, but I have a brother, like, he's on the paler side. Like,
Right.
He doesn't get tan, he just gets burned.
he just get burnt.
Yeah.
But that's my point. You know, we can't determine the level of melanin in anyone. Right? If a person's an Israelite, they're an Israelite. But certain things are not synonymous with all Israel.
Con.
It's not a generalization like all Israel's dark skin. All Israel got this same level of melanin. It's not true. It don't work like that. Through all the mixing, mixing the seed that we've done throughout history, man, we're gonna come in so many different shades and eye color and hair color. You know, it's hard to tell off of sight who's who. That's why we can't judge off of sight.
Yeah.
The blackest, crispiest man in the world, you think like, oh, he's black and crispy, so he's an Israelite and he's gonna be down for God. He'd be the wickedest nigga on earth. His black crispiness not nothing to do with anything.
Con.
His darkness don't have nothing to do with anything. That don't make you more righteous because you're dark. It don't make you more wicked because you're light. You see that? So we got to be careful how we judge off of those characteristics also. The mannerisms, see, even when you deal with Esau and his mannerism, it said two different manner of people. It didn't just mean only how he was going to deal with people. It goes into all his characteristics. You got to take all characteristics into account, because you got a lot of Israelites that move in what? An Edomite spirit. You move in an Edomite mentality. You'll kill your brother faster than the white man will. And they're Israelites.
That is true.
They'll put a bullet in you. The white man will at least rub your back before he stabs you. You got some niggas, man, they'll look you dead in the eye, call you a nigga, and stab you right between your forehead. They won't even soften the blow.
You know, it's crazy. You got this rapper that's in jail right now. I forgot. Wow. His name left me, but he's from Florida.
Oh, okay.
And there was 4 of them, like in this little rap group. And I guess he was starting to get famous or whatever. And he really wanted to get that notoriety. So he killed like him and his friend, him and the guy. There was 4 guys in the group. Him and one of the other guys, they set up for the other 2 guys to die, to get killed. So what they did was those 2 were in the front seat, and they killed them while they were in the back seat, and they killed them. And they shot the car up. They shot the car up and made it seem like
The car got shot up.
it was a drive-by.
And they survived.
Yeah. And he's in jail now because it came out, okay, you set them up, because his dumb butt, I think, put it in the music or something. He ended up doing that.
Yeah,
And
I think so.
what do you know his name?
I know who he is.
I forgot his name, but like,
Dummy.
but when you look at that, like that mentality right there, like,
Yeah.
he's darker than me. hair woolly just like mine, but when you look at him, you're like, damn, like that is a real Edomite move right there.
Yeah. That's an
So-
Edomite move.
Oh, it's
Oh, look, somebody put it.
Belly.
YNW Melly.
I ain't never heard of him, and I'm glad I haven't.
Yeah, YNW Melly.
I ain't never heard his song. Trust me.
Yeah, like,
I know I ain't heard his song.
I haven't either.
I know I ain't heard his music.
I just seen I seen the article on it because they're trying to give him the death penalty. in
As they
Florida.
should. To put his ass down.
How old was he? In his 20s?
20s, like 22
And
maybe.
He was like 18 when he did it.
He was 18.
Yeah,
Wow.
Look at all these. Just look at all these young rappers doing things for fame. Look at the whole thing with what's his name, Big King Von.
Yeah.
Another rapper shot him from his same area.
You know, it's funny that happens a lot. When I was in school, one of my actual good friends back then, he was trying to become a rapper. He dropped out. When he dropped out, they're pushing to be rappers, and they had a rap group too. And this other guy in the rap group, he started blowing up. He started getting more notoriety, and I guess he got jealous, and he ended up shooting him right at that McDonald's right there off of Beach Nut and Gessner. Yeah, right there off of Beach Nut and Gessner. He shot him and killed him. And when the police pulled up, the guy that he shot, he was like, yeah, he said homie's name. Like, yeah, he's the one that shot me. He did it, and that's how they got him. And he was like 18, 19. Now he has like 25 years in jail, just off for doing that.
Attempted murder.
You didn't, the song that Millie guy made was "Murder on My Mind." You never heard that song?
No.
It was like really big, like a few years ago.
No.
I think I heard it.
I don't listen to the music. I don't listen to the radio. I don't watch music videos.
Murder was a fixed, I think.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nah. Bedard said, "I'm a black man with blue pupils." Yeah, my pops got blue eyes too.
Our kids got blue eyes.
Yeah, like blue eyes is not an Edomite thing. It's just eye color. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's eye color. You know, we it's genetics. It's genetics. My pops got blue eyes. My grandpa got blue eyes. They got some dark blue eyes, man. It's crazy. I never noticed it. My dad he wears glasses. I remember one day he took off his glasses and I looked in his eyes. I was like, "You got blue eyes?" He was like, "Yeah." I never noticed it until like recently, a couple years ago, maybe 10 years ago. Never noticed it. But yeah, I got blue-eyed people in my family. I mean, it's genetics. We can't determine genetics. You know, we can't determine genetics. It's, genetics will skip a generation and pop up 4 generations later. Next thing you know, you got somebody with red hair. You're like, where'd that come from? Or blonde hair. You like even my son. I'm combing his hair. I'm like, why does he got red hair in his head?
My son had red hair.
Yeah, he got these red strands of hair. He got blonde hair in his head. His whole head is dark hair, brown, but he got a few strands of blonde, a few strands of red. I'm like, where'd this come from? It's genes, man.
I had this guy trying to tell me one time on Facebook why the original Egyptians were white, and he was like showing the mummies and stuff, how the hair was red, and I just told him, I was like, look, we created every genetic trait you have. Y'all came from us, so why couldn't we make them again?
Right. Well, and you got to understand that white and white don't make color. Color makes color. So, no matter what they're saying, the Egyptians were white. They weren't white. They tell you on their walls they weren't white. Anybody will come up and make up whatever they want to make up to push whatever agenda they're rolling with. But we got to deal with first what the scriptures say. We know that if Noah was a dark man, his sons were, his same tone. They could have been a little shade or two off, darker or lighter. But then Ham is the forefather of the Egyptians. So how they gonna be white? There was no white man until we get to this point. So we just got to deal with what the scriptures say. Read on. Where we at?
Genesis chapter 25, verse 25, starting from the top.
Uh-huh.
And the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment.
Right.
And they called his name Esau.
Right.
Verse 26. And after that came his brother out,
Right. Go ahead.
and his hand took hold.
Esau, Ishash, wasted away. Wasted away is he. Why? Because he came out looking half dead, right? Like it says in Numbers. It said he came out looking half dead.
Different from everybody else.
He came out looking different from everybody else. That blood that hairiness. Remember, we're dealing with the first Edomite. So those traits were strong. It equated him to a red garment, a ram skin dyed red. All right, so go ahead, read on.
Genesis chapter 25, verse 26.
Right.
That second precept. And his hand took hold on Esau hill, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare.
Right, and that was the prophecy. When you read in verse 23, it says, the elder shall serve the younger. Right, so we know that Esau came out first, then Jacob. Go ahead.
Verse 27. And the boys grew up.
Right.
And Esau was a cunning hunter.
So this is now where the Bible starts to go into character traits
Cunning.
and the mannerisms of these two different men. It said Esau was a cunning hunter. Now, I want somebody to please, if you can, show me where the Arabs show me their cunning hunter skills.
They don't hunt it out.
Show me where they when they take their sons out when they're 7, 8 years old, put the rifle in their hand, walk them through the wilderness, show them how to drench themselves in deer piss, how to dress like the leaves, right? They put on all the camo gear. They got hide in the trees for hours, camo the gun. Show me where the Arabs are doing that.
Drench themselves in peas.
Right, deer pheromone. Someone show me. But think about it. Esau has been through history, and even this modern history, his whole thing was what? First it was duck hunting. Well, it was nigger hunting, right? It was hunting us, but then they would subside that with duck hunting, game. They would hunt ducks. They would hunt rabbit. They would hunt deer. They still do it.
You remember that show, Duck Dynasty?
Yeah, I remember Duck Dynasty. They made a whole duck show about how they hunted ducks.
They're selling duck horns and stuff.
Hairy ass Edomites, right, with duck horns, hunting ducks, and people love that show. Think about it, man. They do their whole entire pastime is about the hunt. When they do their little clay shooting,
Yeah.
right?
That's true.
Cole! They're practicing. What are they practicing for?
Like even throwing darts, the bow and arrow.
Come on. What else?
The way a police officer.
See, I was gonna go into that later. I was gonna go into that. No, go ahead. You got it.
The way a police officer hides himself on the freeway on the little.
It's called
down part.
it's called a speed trap.
Yeah.
It's called a speed trap. What else?
They'll sit on the freeway on a toll road, and they'll just sit their cars there. And a lot of times they don't actually be out, but they do that to get you feeling like, oh yeah, he just be there. You see him, but sometimes every now and then they'll have it pointed at you, and it don't matter if you drove by him. They already got you speeding before you even. They got you before you saw him.
As soon as you hit the hill, as soon as they see the bumper at the top of that car,
Oh yeah.
that radar is hitting you, and you try to hit the brakes, it's already too late. They set traps,
Yeah.
like it says, I believe it's
Come on,
in
man.
Becca. It says they hunt our steps, they hunt for blood. They know how to set up. You got to see Esau. He's he's a smart man because he knows how to use his blessing and then throw other things in our face to get us caught up.
They make the dummy cars.
Oh yeah, they do.
Make the car look
Bait
real
car,
nice. The
bait car.
Yeah, you get in
Bait
there, you
car.
drive off, and think you just stole the car, and then it shuts off, and the door's locked, and you can't get out.
It's on their more predatorial nature, man. They, recently some of these women been cutting Victoria's Secret bras and finding they got a little tracking chip in Victoria's Secret bras.
Damn.
Kind of like what they put in the money, the little thing in the money.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
The little band, the blue band.
Yeah, that's in the Victoria's Secret bra. raws. They've been finding that. So basically what they're doing is they put that little chip in there, and then you try to figure out what happened to your little daughter and why she's getting sex trafficked and all this stuff. And it's because they've been tracking them through the Victoria's Secret bras, and then they know where she goes and when she's alone, and they have the little van just go scoop them up.
God, man, busters, man. Dang.
But that's that cunning hunter. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's their nature.
Yeah.
It's certain things you just can't deny.
And-
You start going through their characteristics.
Right, and that's why, when we started, that's a perfect point. And that's why when we started, I started off saying you don't have to go to 50,000 books to understand who this man is. Read the Bible and understand what's going on in your surroundings. Understand what's going on in other parts of the world, and then you'll see, wait a minute, who fits the characteristics. The same way you sit back, you read Deuteronomy 28, right? And you say, oh, that's the black man in America. That's the black man in this country. That's the black man in that, right? The same way you do it for the white man. But that's why I keep putting out there, show me, because, the whole debate for some is, well, the Arabs are Esau. Well, show me the characteristics in the Arabs doing these cunning hunter tactics, right? Go to Lamentations real quick.
4:11.
4:8. You can start at 4:18.
4:18.
Lamentations chapter 4, verse 18.
Right?
They hunt our steps.
They do what?
They hunt our steps.
Yeah, they know how to. Esau is a cunning hunter where he'll go in the wilderness, he'll look at the broken leaves and foliage and say, oh, he went east. That's the white man. They call them trackers. They know how to track through the wilderness and say, oh, he stepped this way. Let's follow him that way. They hunt our steps. They know how to do it. They've done that through history. Go ahead.
That we cannot go into our street.
I mean, who else is preventing us from being able to move around free in this world?
True.
Who else? It ain't the Africans, right? It ain't the Chinese people ain't doing it. Japanese people ain't doing it. And even if they are, who spearheads that movement?
Gone.
It's the so-called white man. It's the Edomites. Go ahead.
Our end is near.
Go ahead.
Our days are fulfilled. For our end is come. Our persecutors are swifter than the eagles.
They are what?
Swifter than the eagles
I mean,
of heaven.
there goes some more characteristics. What banner has the white man always flown under?
Eagle.
Gone.
That eagle, right? That American eagle, swift as an eagle.
Yep. You know it's cold. I just got hit with this, right? I want y'all to think about this. Whenever an animal hunts and it's hunting like a pack, right? What do? They separate somebody out that pack,
Right.
and then they hunt that target. Now, I want y'all to think about this. How many of y'all, you could put a 1 in the chat, you can raise your hand in the class. How many of y'all actually know 3 people that live on your block? Or 3 people that live in your apartment complex? Like, you know their name, you talk to them.
Oh, no.
You do?
I did.
You did. But look, nobody in class knows 3 people on their block or on their street and knows their name. Nobody put anything yet online, but think about it. I definitely don't know nobody in my apartment complex. But think about it.
I know my neighbors.
We don't.
I know my neighbors.
No, but you know their names?
Yeah.
Okay.
I talk to them.
But he does.
I talk to my
But think about it.
neighbors.
One out of what? 15 people? Think about how bad that is. We're separated. One thing that Esau did a very good job of is that nobody in America, listen, man, when y'all leave America and y'all go to these different places, everybody on every block, on every street knows everybody. Everybody talks to everybody.
Yeah.
You live here in America and we don't understand. Like, this ain't living. This ain't living when you don't know your neighbor that you're living next to for 5-10 years. You don't know this person. Y'all are separated. So guess what? If Esau ever wanted to implement something when he wants to put in his hunting mechanisms, when he wants to come and get you, y'all are separated. It's not like y'all are rolling in a pack. It's not like a community or a street or a block or a neighborhood is rolling as a pack, as a unit. Everybody is separated. So he already laid it out where if he wanted to hunt anybody, like Dahawam said, they could pull up the white van Like, pull up the white van and nobody's gonna say nothing in the neighborhood. Nobody's gonna. Hey, there's a white van. There's a suspicious white van that's in here, and it's a white van. Like nobody's gonna say anything. Why? Because
it's the raper van.
Yeah.
They got a lock on the outside.
Yeah, that's the Silence of the Lambs van.
God.
Yeah, because Esau has separated us to the point where,
Yeah, man.
you know, we don't want to rely on each other at all. You know, and we don't want to rely on the other nations. We don't want to talk to the other nations. That's all Esau's doing.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones that set the stage. I mean, come on. Job 9:24, it says the earth is given into the hands of the wicked.
You look at the scripture, it says they hunt our steps. You know what I mean? They're the ones that started that. You know, the fingerprinting and footprint technique. You know what I mean? So they can dust for fingerprints and all that, and find you wherever you at, find out who you are, where you at. But then you get online. You know, if you're doing anything online, now you got a digital footprint. They got that, so like they know where you've been online.
Yeah.
You know, they got a database where they set an algorithm in there. And if say you ordered some fertilizer from one place and you ordered some some PVC pipe from another place.
You're a bomb maker.
They start flagging you
Yep.
as a bomb maker. You know what I mean? They
Or
start
if
flagging you as on the FBI's list and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Or if you go to Walgreens too many times and buy cough syrup,
Right.
you're a meth dealer.
Yeah.
You know, they GPS tracking, you know, these handy little devices that we like to hold so much in our hands. This is Esau's way of keeping tabs on you.
Oh yeah.
This right here, he don't gotta really do too much hunting. Everybody wants a new iPhone.
See you, hear you.
Yeah. Every time I'm on a conversation, the TV is like, I can't understand. You know, what did the TV say to me the other day? The TV said, "I'm here to." My TV talked to me. What did it say? It says something weird that it never said before, and I was like, okay, but I know it's listening.
Yep.
I know the phone listens. I know. I mean, they're listening now. I mean, there's not too much that they have to do in this day and age to hunt you. You're a willing participant when you want to go get the latest Apple device. Oh, I need an Apple Watch. I need the eyeglasses. I need to get this, the Note, this tablet. I need the newest car with all the features. Your car is a big tracking device.
Yes, it is.
Your car is a huge beacon. Boop, boop, boop. They know where we at. Every car that's what, 2016 and above got GPS in it.
Yeah.
So their hunting is getting more, more on the technological side where they don't have to do let's sniff out his tracks and look at the branches that he broke. All we got to do is just, like Thawan was saying, we type you up on a database and see where you've been. My Google, I get an email every month from Google, and it tells me all my destinations for the month. I'm like, I know where I went. I don't need that.
But you ever thought, like, I didn't ask for this?
I didn't even ask for that. Why are you sending me this? But if they're sending it to me, that means they got it. At any time, they can say, "Listen, we need his location. We need his location for the last month." And what can they do? Well, he's always at the school. He's at the house, right? Well, we could set him up. They can set you up at any time.
Yeah.
Through
That is true.
through your little device that you hold so dear to your heart.
That is true.
Their cunning huntership. Again, show me where the Arabics, the Arabs are doing this. Show me where they fit this characteristic.
Also they got, I remember me and Kazat watched this one movie.
Go on.
We watched this one movie, man, where it was about how Esau goes to the border and they hunt Israelites. Not just Israelites, but they hunt people trying to cross the border illegally. And I was just thinking about that. I was like, golly, like this is true. They're putting it in the movie because it's true. They had an Edomite, he had a sniper, and he's hunting people like crossing the border.
Oh, that's a real thing. Yeah.
And just think about it, like what mindset, like who would do that?
Are you just picking people off that's crossing?
Like
as soon as they step foot in
actual-
America, you just hit them?
Actual people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there was another movie I seen a long time ago where like they kidnapped these people. Esau kidnapped these people. He had money, and he had them run free in the forest. And he had a whole bunch of traps waiting for them to try to catch, and then you was hunting them. What was it?
That's one with iced tea in it. I know what you're talking
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that movie.
And he's sitting there. He's like, yeah, if you make it to like this point or this time, you're free. But if I get you, I get you. And he had like bear traps where people getting their legs stuck in the bear traps, all that.
Because they love the hunt. They love that. They live for the chase. They love to let you run. And think about it. When we were slaves, what did they do? We would run away. Then they created those collars, right? Those collars were made for and they put bells on the end of it. When you ran, they could hear you, but then you would get caught up in the trees in the thick by your collar. Because as cunning of a hunter that they are, listen, we smarter than them. We found ways to escape out of that slavery, so they found another way to keep us more enslaved. So again, it just goes to show through this man's character.
Can I get one more? Oh,
Yeah, what you got? No, go ahead.
Can I get wisdom? Somebody give me Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 8, verse 21. And then somebody also give me 2nd Esdras 4 and 60. Read the 2nd Esdras 4 and 60 first. 1st Esdras 4 and 60. I'm sorry. 1st Esdras 4 and 60. And then we're going to go to Wisdom of Solomon 8 and 21. And now the reason I'm going here is because if you can't see that Esau is the white man,
This is for what?
Esdras 4 and 60. If you can't see that Esau is the white man, he got to do some praying.
That's chapter 4, verse 60.
Go ahead.
Blessed art thou who has given me wisdom.
So the scripture says, blessed art thou, speaking to the Most High. The Most High is blessed, who gives us wisdom, right? Read on.
For to thee I give thanks, O Lord of our fathers.
Now go to Wisdom of Solomon 8 and 21. This is the one I wanted.
Wisdom of Solomon, verse 8, chapter 21.
Go ahead.
Nevertheless, when I perceived that I could not otherwise obtain her.
This is the thing that people got to understand. You cannot obtain wisdom. You can sit here and read this Bible all you want. You can read all the other books. You can go on the map. You can do all your research. But you're not going to obtain wisdom. Read on.
Except God gave her me.
Except what?
Except God gave her me.
Except the Most High gives it to you, you're not going to get it. You will not get it. So you got to understand that. So if you have a majority of people that sees plainly, we don't have to go to anything. And we can bring out all the proofs off of just 3 scriptures. Genesis 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Like, okay, 7 scriptures tops. We can bring that out and show you that this is Esau. We haven't even been to Obadiah yet. We haven't even been to all the rest of the stories yet. But everybody can look at this and, yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense. You can show this to anybody out there in the world, and I guarantee you they'll say it makes sense. Guarantee you. Show that to any of your family members and let them sit and listen. If you break it down, they're gonna say it makes sense. But if you're in the truth and this don't make sense to you, but you feel like the Arabs is Esau, but you can't go through the Bible to show how the Arabs is the the so-called Edomites, when the Arabs will tell you straight up that they're the Ishmaelites. If you can't see it, then you got to understand, man, the wisdom. I'm gonna say 2 things on that. What else can't you see? Because it's never just one thing. It's always something else and other things that you don't see. There's that part. And the second thing you got to understand is the Most High is the one that gives the wisdom. So if you can't see it, if you don't understand, if there's a glitch, you got to do some praying.
Glitch in the matrix.
You got to do some praying to the Most High and ask. The same way Isaac entreated the Most High for Sarah is the same way you got to entreat the Most High so that the Most High can open and remove that veil so that you can see. Read on. Read on in verse 21. Start from the top.
Nevertheless, when I perceived that I could not otherwise obtain her, except God gave her me.
And that's something for all of us to remember too. We have this, we understand this not because of us. We understand this because the Most High gave it to us.
Sure.
So don't get prideful. We got this because the Most High gave it to us. So Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh, we don't have stumbling blocks and and doctrine issues and all that, like the Most High, he blessed us. He showed us favor. Read on.
And that was a point of wisdom also.
And that was a point of wisdom. For you to understand that the Most High is the one that gives wisdom, that's a key point in wisdom in itself. Read on.
To know whose gift she was. I prayed unto the Most High and sought him.
Yeah, the
With
gift.
my whole heart I said.
Wisdom is a gift of the Most High. So if he hasn't blessed you with that gift, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. You got some fasting, you got some prayer,
You got some congregating, some counsel.
you got some congregating, you got some counsel to do.
Go to that one for me in Peter's.
It's 2 Peter's 3:16. Oh yeah, that's right, 3:16.
Yeah, go to 2 Peter 3:16 real quick, because there was something you said, and you know, usually when this topic comes up and the ones that are perverse to what the Bible is saying, you gotta usually it's to cast that. I hate camps, right? We don't believe in camps. I'm a self-alite. We can smoke weed. I can eat shellfish. They're running around the streets, sleeping with multiple women without doing the proper commitment to them.
Yeah.
So read this real quick. 2 Peter 3:16.
2 Peter chapter 3, verse 16.
Go ahead.
As also in all his epistles,
Right. So this is going in about Paul. Go ahead.
speaking in them of these things, in which are some things hard to be understood.
Right, because when you do deal with Paul, and if you try to jump into Paul without any type of wisdom, understanding Paul's standpoint on the law and many other things, you would think that, man, Paul, he's out of his mind. It's too hard to understand. Go ahead.
Which they that are unlearned,
They that are what?
unlearned,
Go ahead.
and unstable,
And on what?
unstable,
See, you got to have a level of stability to deal with these scriptures, to deal with this wisdom. You can't just be that unstable soul tossed to and fro with every wind of doctrine, tossed from camp to camp, tossed 1 minute you in a camp, 1 minute you by yourself, 1 minute you out of a camp, then you started your own camp, now you by yourself. He said you got to be stable. Go ahead.
rest, as they do also the other scriptures.
They do what?
They do also the other scriptures.
Right. So a lot of the times, man, the majority of the times, all of the time, the ones running around talking about Esau is the Arab or some other person, that's the ones running around talking about you can't eat meat. You got to be a vegetarian. That's the ones talking about we don't got to keep the feast days.
Yep.
That's the ones talking about don't do the 7-day Sabbath. So you got to be careful, and you'll know. They'll show you who they are. The scriptures say you know a man by the fruit that he bear. So again, we haven't went to a bunch of different books. We can, right? The Hawam got he got the trunk back there with all the books, right? You can pop the trunk on y'all right now. But for what? When we can just go right to the Bible and let the Bible speak to you and give you the understanding. You see that? So, like Rob pulled, man. If you ain't getting that wisdom, the Most High said, if any of you lack wisdom, pray. He'll give it to you liberally. Yep. If you can't see it, ask the Most High to open up your eyes. But, the majority that can't see it, once again, put down the weed. Stop chasing the women. Right? Stop trying to usurp authority if you're a woman. Get out the book of Enoch. Get out of the book of Jasher. Get out of the book of Jubilees and get into your Bible. All right, so let's jump back. Let's jump back.
Genesis
That's like one of my favorite scriptures. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 25, verse 27.
Uh-huh.
Start from the top. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter,
Right?
and a man of the field.
Yeah, he was a worldly man. He was a man of the world. He was dipping into every little thing. If you look at Esau today, what is he?
Cunning hunter.
He's a cunning hunter, but he's a man of the field. He has his hand in every industry throughout the world. Say it again.
There's a scripture that says he doesn't stay at home.
He keepeth not at home.
It's Habakkuk.
It's Habakkuk too. Yeah. You can go there if you want it. You called it. It was on your mind. Let's go there. Now we get all these little supplementary scriptures out, right? That way, if you're not getting it just through Genesis 25, you got the precepts.
Still in 5.
Yeah, read it.
Forgive me. I am at the wrong one. Forgive me, y'all.
Habakkuk is another.
Somebody get it.
Habakkuk is another book that you can go to show it too.
It's Habakkuk. Chapter
Habakkuk.
2, start at verse 4.
Chapter 2 and verse 4.
Go ahead.
Behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him.
Right, so another characteristic of Esau was that he was lifted up in pride. It's a prideful man. When you're a man of the world, right, when you're the most interesting man in the world, remember the Dos Equis man?
Con.
The most interesting man in the world. He basically knew everything about everything, right? And he got all the women, and he sat there like, thirsty. What did he say? Stay thirsty, my friends. And he sat there in pride, but that's Esau. They come with their little catchy sayings. They know. Has anybody ever sat down with an Edomite and just talked to him? I know Tahawam. I know brothers that worked in the mall. But literally, I'm talking about an Edomite that actually knows stuff, about stuff. And they'll sit there and they'll teach you about everything. You'll be like, dang, you know that? Wow, you know that? Teach me more, white man. Because once they wrap their head around something, their whole thought process is to, once we understand something, now we got to outdo it. Right? So once we understand life and how it's created, what do we got to go do? We got to go clone animals and clone babies and use stem cells and grow arms, grow legs, grow ears, grow tongues. We'll grow a lung under somebody's armpit if you let us. We'll grow a tongue. You know what I'm saying? We'll attach a finger to your knee, let it circulate blood, and then attach it back to your arm, to your hand. So once they understand something, they got to dive deep into it because the pride in them doesn't allow them to just see things for what it is. The pride in them don't allow them to just, oh, that's water, a natural resource, let everybody get it. Oh, no. Well, we got to bottle that up, add a bunch of sugar, add a bunch of syrup, and call it Pepsi. Right? We got to make it better. That's the mind of Esau. So it says, you said what? Or right, then we got to get the competitor, Coke. Right? Coke is disgusting. Coca-Cola is nasty. I'm a Pepsi guy. It's not the same. Anyway.
Sierra Mist. It's all good except for Sierra Mist.
Wow. Anyway, it says the soul which is lifted up is not upright. That pride, it takes away that uprightness, that righteousness, that when you read Deuteronomy 32, it said Jeshurun waxed fat. What does Jeshurun mean? Come on, you got to know this. What does it mean? Jeshurun is what?
It's Israel.
No, what does it mean? What does it mean?
Upright one.
The upright one. That was speaking of Israel. So, again, the Bible is showing you the different manner of these two men. The Bible says Esau's spirit ain't upright, but we were created to be upright. You see that? The Bible calls us the upright ones. Go ahead, read on.
But the just shall live by faith.
The just shall live by his faith. Esau don't live by faith. They live by we're going to create the means to make whatever we want happen. Oh, the Most High made it a drought? Well, guess what? We're going to make GMO plants that don't need water. Oh, the Most High cutting off our babies? Well, we're going to do in vitro fertilization. We can't reproduce. We're going to do donors, right? We're going to take the eggs out of women and put them in black women. They don't live by faith. They live by science, so falsely called. They live by the power of the sword, the money. They live off that carnal drive. Go ahead.
Verse 5. Yeah, also.
Right?
Because he transgresseth by wine.
He transgressed by what?
By wine.
See, what does he do to the world? Well, when you read Jeremiah 51, when you read Revelations, it said that he got the whole world drunk.
Yeah.
When you read Daniel, it said through his policy, he caused craft to prosper. Right? So who's passing the policy to enable transgenderism. That's craft. To push homosexuality, pharmaceutical drugs. Listen, people are getting more high off pharmaceuticals than actual street drugs. And what do? They pass laws, right, to open up that industry. That's just one way to look at it. So the Bible is going to point out different characteristics of different types of men. Who fits the bill? Read on.
He is a proud man.
He is a what?
Proud man.
Not only is he a proud man, he said, I sit in the seat of the Most High. I am God. Mm-hmm. Right? In God we trust. Come on, man. He's basically saying, trust in me. They put that on their money, not that they trust the Most High. They want you to trust in him. I am God. I sit in the seat of the Most High. Go ahead.
Neither keep it at home.
Neither what?
Keep it at home.
Yeah, because he's a man of the world. He ain't got time to be at home. He got time to be out in the streets, getting you caught up in whatever BS he wants you to get caught up in. He don't have time to be at home because he's too busy in signing treaties and policies to get the so-called black man and Hispanic man strung out on whatever he wants to give you, whether it be drugs, whether you strung out on sports, strung out on entertainment, video games, music, whatever he wants to string you out on. And it's crazy that Taiwan brought the Victoria's Secret thing up because remember, Victoria's Secret is going out of business. They shutting down stores left and right. Good. But remember when Victoria's Secret was like the thing? And everybody would parade their little girls right in the middle of the mall. You parade your little 12-year-old right into Victoria's Secret, let her pick out her drawers right in front of the world.
It's just open for everybody to see.
Yeah. Now look, they putting trackers in bras, man. That's wild. When you thought you heard it all, when you thought it couldn't get no more, so they not only do they have trackers in bra, but they got cancer in bras. Yeah. If you cut open the bra pack, or if you cut open the bra, there's a little pack in there. It's a preservative pack, but they say it causes cancer. So they got that in the bra, inside the padding. So they tracking you and giving you cancer all in the same breath to sex trafficking or to get kidnap you for whatever purpose, sex slave, organs, whatever it is that you got to offer.
Oh yeah, they kidnap you, to sex traffic you, to give you cancer so you can't tell about it later.
Damn. Yeah, basically. Right? They got it all worked out. Go ahead.
Who enlarges his desire as hell.
He does what?
Enlarges his desire as hell.
Yeah, man. Listen, anything Esau got to offer you, anything that's desirable from this man, it's going to bring you hell. It's going to bring you destruction. Even his wisdom leads to hell. It says the wisdom of this world is wickedness with the Most High, but a lot of us, we chase that white man wisdom. We chase the way the white man wants us to do things. We try to mix Hebrew doctrine with a white man mentality. That's why you can't get over immaculate conception. That's why you don't know how to marry the right way. That's why you don't know just certain little small concepts of the Bible, because the mind state that you're in, the mind state that we're in trying to read the scriptures, we got to shed desiring what the white man wants. I quoted it earlier. He said, you desire is not the things of the Lord. You savor is not the things of the Lord, right? The white man don't care about the things of the Lord, the things of the Most High, the things that are pleasing to him. He wants you to worship him. So whatever he offers you, right? It might look nice, shiny, and new, but you better be careful for those strings that are attached. Go ahead. Zephaniah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
There's a scripture dealing with genealogy, and it's not the only scripture. In Titus 3 verse 1, it says, avoid foolish questions and genealogy. Contentions. And now, back in my day, you just look to solve crimes maybe by the blood type.
Right.
Well, they delve further into that and pulled up DNA.
Right.
And now they have the DNA genealogies, which can track criminals through their family.
Right. Right.
And maybe narrow it down And so when I go to the VA hospital, they were always offering us to volunteer to do these extra blood tests.
Oh yeah.
So that they can track, hereditary stuff, And I would never, ever, ever volunteer. And that guy would come out every week, every time I'd be up there, And I'm like, why would they draw blood?
Why you need more?
15 tubes of blood out of me. Why would they need this one extra tube?
Right.
But, it's another method of tracking, that we don't even have to have necessarily, how can I put it? We can have your DNA but not know who you are, so we'll track you through your family. We will go all the way down through your ancestors and build that family tree and narrow that tree down and say, okay, well, no, this person, that's how they taught the East Side killer. There, yeah. And narrow it down to, oh, well, no, he has blue eyes and such, they'll narrow it down to that one person.
Hereditary traits. Yeah, that's them tracking the genome. They call it genome mapping, or trying to track the DNA and all that stuff. That's all for them to be able to, push their agenda, play God, keep us at the bottom. That's what it all plays into. Good point. Go ahead, read on.
And is as death.
Right.
That's death.
Go
and
ahead.
cannot be satisfied.
He cannot what?
Be satisfied.
Yeah, he's not just going to be satisfied with death. He got to bring more death and more destruction. I can't just drop one body. I got to drop the whole nation. I can't just put one bullet in him. I got to put 11 bullets in him. Right? We got to empty out all 9 clips. And then reload it and empty out the other clips. They're not satisfied with just our punishment for slavery. Right? Except for the violence against our brother Jacob. They had to go to the extra mile. They're not satisfied with just doing the job. When you read about, we've been reading in the Apocrypha, when you read about like Darius and Cyrus and Persian and Mede Empire, they did what they were supposed to do according to us being slaves. They enslaved us. Then they also allowed us to rebuild the temple on their dime. Right? Esau is like, y'all ain't going to be the Jews. We are. We're going to enslave you, and then we're going to take everything from you. They go the extra mile. Go ahead.
But gathereth unto him all nations.
He does what?
Gathereth unto him all nations.
Show me who has gathered. Who created the UN? The UN is the United Nations, right? Man, come on. You think the Arabs started that? Like, oh, let's gather up all the nations together and be diplomatic. Right. Hell no. They said that he's the wild man. He'd rather go bomb you. He'd rather strap himself up, run through a crowd, and blow everyone to bits. The white man is like, hey, let's be diplomatic, guys. Let's bring everybody together. Let's put earphones in everyone's ears so when you speak, you can hear it in your language. Right? There's going to be no confusion. Who's doing that? It's the white man. It's the white man. He said he'd gather up all nations. Why? They're going to do his bidding. It goes right back in the Psalms where it says all the nations are confederate to destroy us. Now you're not only substitute to the so-called white man. Now you got the Arabs breathing down your back. You got the Chinese, the Japanese overtaking us. There's Chinatown. We right here in Chinatown, right? Sharpstown, right down the block is Chinatown. Where's Judahtown at? Where's that at?
Where's little Israel?
Where's little Israel at? But there isn't one. There isn't a spot called Little Israel. Is my point. They'll make sure there's a Chinatown, right? Plopped right in the middle of Houston with a bunch of black folk, and all the outskirts is what? Basically Edomite land. It's basically Edom. It might as well just say Edom, Mount Seir, Bozrah, right? What's that?
Like they got their own communities, but they don't even vote.
Wait, say that. Who got their own communities?
Asian people, Arab people, African people. They have their own communities, their own business, and they don't even associate with the voting.
I believe it because they know what's up. They know that voting ain't doing nothing for them. The dollar speaks for them. Money speaks for them. They set up businesses. They get their family up here. They live 30 to a house. Let everybody build up and branch out. They do it smart.
Yeah.
We so caught up in ourselves, that's another advantage for Esau. Go ahead, read on.
And heapeth unto him all people.
Yeah, and that's what it's about. And what it is he does that, and look at his influence on the world.
Cunning.
Everyone is following his steps. Everyone's following the so-called white man. You think that they following us? They follow us for foolishness, to how to be rappers and how to sell drugs and roll blunts the right way. That's all they follow from the black man. We ain't coming with nothing worth following. But you talking about following wickedness and following how to oppress people and how to keep slaves in check. Yeah. They follow the white man for that. They got Ivy League colleges built on the backs of slaves on how to keep more slaves. That's what all your whole work system is about.
It's all slavery.
It's all slavery.
It's all slavery.
It's crazy.
One thing that a lot of us don't realize when it comes to slavery was that slaves actually had hours that they worked, and they had times that they had to be off. These were actual laws that they had for slaves that they had to actually follow. I used to think that, oh, you're a slave, I used to think that Esau just had us just working. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they actually had rules and laws on how they were supposed to treat their slaves. And it's really no different than you having a job. It's really no different.
Basically.
You still getting paid nothing.
Yep.
I always say that if you're getting paid $20 or $30 or $40 an hour, right? You'll be like, man, I'm making dope. $20 an hour, $30 an hour, $40 an hour. But how much are they making off of you?
Yeah.
If they could pay you $40 an hour, how much are they making off of you?
Millions and billions.
How much? If you're making $30 an hour, how much are they making off of you? They're making a lot. You're getting a crumb out of that pie.
Yeah, you pennies on the dollar.
Basically.
Yeah, man. So
Basically. Let's jump back to Genesis.
Oh, I had a scripture I
you
want
got
to hit real
something,
quick. I'll be quick. Go to Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 15. Jeremiah chapter 5 and verse 15. And this is, I'm going here just because we had quoted the Daniels about how they craft these policies for us.
Yeah, through policies they cause craft to prosper.
God. Read that, Jeremiah 5 and 15.
Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 15. Lo, I will bring a nation upon you from far, O house of Israel. Saith the Most High, it is a mighty nation. It is an ancient nation.
Go ahead.
A nation whose language thou knowest not.
And you know why this is cold? Finish the verse.
Neither understandest what they say.
And just think about the policies and the craft that Esau comes with. You don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Right?
You don't.
That's so true.
You have no idea. Like the fine print.
What's an earmark? Who knows what an earmark is? When it comes to when they do when they draft a bill, what's an earmark?
Just stuff they throw in there extra for themselves.
Yeah, it's just extra little. We're gonna do a hero act, but you can marry your animals. That's an earmark.
Most of the time it's something so they can destroy the bill. If they don't like it, they'll put something in there
right.
that you won't like, and they'll be like, oh, we
We gotta scrap it. But they do that in all their policies. But a lot of people don't know. When President Trump is sitting there and he got all the men around him and he's signing, with the 12 different pens that they sign with, you can see all the other stuff they sign off camera.
Yeah, it's not just one bill. It's never just one bill.
So my mom, she about maybe 5 years ago, she started to go to school. She was studying to be a judge, and she started to lure away from it. And I asked her, and I'm like, Mom, what happened? I thought you were going to school to become a judge. And she goes, well, just our first chapter that we had to cover, it was on bestiality. And I couldn't wrap my brain around it.
The first chapter? Damn, they didn't even
that they had,
take her to dinner first?
right. first opening to her mind, like, okay, this is what we're studying, and we're basically trying to embed the rules, the laws, and this is what it is. And so when she told me, I was just like, okay, I understand. She was like, yeah, it messed me up.
Yeah. But go ahead, read on. Go ahead.
No, that was it on that. That was
Yeah, that's what they do. You know, you look at think about it. You look at all the homosexuality and all those different things that passed in law, you know, recently through Obama. But they've been mounting up through all these different bills and all these different little you know, they signed this into policy, but then there's these other things that come along with it. They've been doing that. They've been mounting up for this for years. We just, like you said, we don't speak their language. We don't understand how to go through. Has anybody ever seen, like, when the president is running for president, he comes with his policy? Has anybody ever seen how thick that book is? It's like 8 Zondervans, man. It's like that thick. Who's going to sit back and read that? They know that the average Negro, he going to use that. He going to use that for like something else other than to read. Rolling papers or something, I don't know. But no one's going to go through that and read all the little small things in there that's going to affect their life on a day-to-day basis. They know that. No one's going to take the time out. That's why they make it so thick. Because they know that you're going to get mixed up in all the words. You're going to look at how thick and dense it is and say, I ain't reading that. Only the diligent go through and, oh, see, we found this in his policies. Or we found this type of language in this contract. That's what they talk about with contracts. They say it's a certain type of language that needs to be in contracts. But if you don't speak that language, that's how we get caught up in when you sign your name to stuff. You get caught up in that. But we got to hold you to that because that's your signature? Yeah. You signed it, right? Yeah, well, I didn't understand it. Too bad. Should have had a lawyer with you. Should have had a lawyer with you to interpret. But that's how Esau knows they can get you also. Through being able to speak these different languages. And it's just English. It's good old English, right? But there's a lot of Latin terminology in there that they use. When you go into law and all that, you're like, what the hell? We don't even use Latin no more. But they know how to push that craft through even using the languages. Good point.
You know what's crazy? Because you had said it. You had talked about the homosexuality and stuff, right? I had saw during the election how they had a whole bunch of like homosexuals getting voted into like these different government positions.
Yeah, I've seen that.
All them governors, yeah.
And I got a list right here. This was on October the 12th, 2020. It says at least 574 lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer candidates will appear on the ballot in the 2020 election.
500 and what?
574. At least 574. Those are just the ones that put out that. Imagine the ones that are like, that didn't put that they're homosexual.
Listen, that's why he said if you didn't leave a very small remnant, we'd be on to Sodom and Gomorrah. They're turning this place into modern day Sodom. You said what?
So these abominations ain't reached the heaven yet?
They reaching. They reaching. The Most High, the world said is waiting on us.
570.
It's waiting on us to get right. So they're getting there. But the Most High is like, when are y'all going to get right? When are y'all going to start? When are y'all, when you read Ezekiel 9 and 3, 9 and 4, when are you going to sigh? When are we as a people going to sigh and cry for the abominations that are done? They're reaching. Most High sees it. He said, my eyes are on the sinful kingdom. He knows what's going on, but when are we now going to stop voting for those policies? They put them people in play so they can push their policies and push their craft.
Yeah.
So when you start seeing all this faggotry just throughout all the communities at a mass rate more than before, now you'll understand why. You just voted in a bunch of homos.
That's right.
You just turned the whole Congress and government into a bunch of fags. And they're gonna push all the policy that's gonna get your children caught up, get you caught up. I'm telling you, you gotta start looking out for man-on-man rape.
Yep.
Homosexual rape on straight guys. I'm telling y'all, it's happening.
Just to answer your question, man, get Romans 8 and 18. 18 real quick. Because the thing is it ain't, we're not waiting for the sins to reach up to heaven. The sins have been reached up to heaven. It's been Babylon the Great. You understand?
Yes, sir.
What we're waiting for, what the Most High is waiting for is this. Read that.
Romans chapter 8, verse 18. For I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us.
See, he's waiting for his glory to be revealed in us. He's waiting for us to wake up. Go ahead.
For the earnest expectation of the creature
See, what the whole world is waiting for
waited for the manifestation of the sons of God.
is for the sons of God to manifest.
Yep.
To show forth that they are the sons of God. To stop acting like niggas and spicks and porch monkeys and damn drug dealers and gangsters, and for us to wake up and say we're the sons of the Most High.
Yep.
That's what the whole earth is waiting on. They ain't waiting for the sins to reach up to heaven. That's been there.
It's been there.
You know what I mean? When you done got the whole atmosphere, troposphere, stratosphere polluted, the sins will reach up to heaven.
Yep.
You understand? When you gotta pay for oxygen, you gotta go to a bar to go breathe fresh air.
A bar, a smoke filled, but that air is cleaner than the outside air.
When you got that problem, the sins will reach up to heaven.
Yeah.
You understand? When 99% of internet usage is porn, the sins will reach up to heaven. When you got the state capital that's supposed to represent everything that's, the country, the nation's capital, that's supposed to represent everything that's good and righteous in your country, and they got 3 sex farms where you can go rent an animal to have sex with.
Damn,
The sins will
animals.
reach up to heaven.
Animals for rent.
Yeah, Washington D.C. is where bestiality is legal. You can go there to a sex farm and have sex with a horse legally. And that's in D.C. where all your laws are getting made and passed.
Wow.
527 faggots done been put into office.
Yeah, that's like, picture our nation and the Levite priests are all homosexuals. Or they're all committing bestiality. Where are you going to get the law from? Where are you going to get righteousness from?
Nope.
That's what's wrong with this nation. This nation, the place where you're going to get righteousness, got looser sex laws than every other nation in the country.
And then they try to impose that thought. Go to Revelation. You done with that?
Yeah,
Go.
so I mean, that, like I said, we're not waiting for the sins to reach up to heaven. We're waiting for
Us.
manifestations of the sons of the Most High, man. For the sons of the Most High to stop going to D.C. and renting sex animals. You know what I mean? For
Yeah.
the sons of the Most High to stop saying, oh, we can have butt sex and changing doctrine and changing scripture. The sons of the Most High got to manifest and stand up and say, we're not going to do these things no more.
Yep.
Y'all see that?
Found. Go to Revelations.
All right.
Just to piggyback. Go to Revelation 7. Revelation 7, and you can start at verse 1. 1 down to 3.
Revelation chapter 7, verse 1.
Right?
After these things, I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth,
Go ahead.
holding the 4 winds of the earth,
Right, the 4 winds are destruction. Go ahead.
that the wind should not blow on the earth,
Go ahead.
nor on the sea,
Right?
nor on any tree.
Right. Talking about the people. Go ahead.
And I saw another angel ascending from the east,
Go ahead.
having the seal of the living power.
Read.
And he cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels, to whom it was given to hurt the earth
Right.
and the sea.
The hurting the earth, the destruction is going to come because, like he says in Revelations 18 and 4, the sins have reached. The plagues, the destruction, that final destruction. Go ahead.
saying, hurt not the earth,
Don't destroy it completely. Go ahead.
neither the sea,
Right?
nor the trees,
Go ahead.
till we have sealed,
Till we have what?
till we have sealed
Go ahead.
the servants of our power.
Yeah, the servants got to be sealed, man. So, like I'm saying, like I said earlier, the sins are already going up to the Most High. He sees what's going on. He's waiting on us. He's waiting on us to be sealed and to hate the abomination. A lot of our people are into what America is into. listen, there's way more of our people into America than they are Israelites and following the Bible. That's a fact. That's a fact. So until that scale tips over and the 144,000 is sealed, but we're going to be here. We're going to be here watching. We're going to be like Lot in Sodom and Gomorrah, sitting around hating what we see, but having to deal with it. Being in the midst of a crooked and perverse generation, having to fight and strive and overcome and continue to fight day after day, putting off the old man, putting on the new man, more fight, more strife, going through what it says in 2nd Esdras, the condition this is the condition of the battle that a man on earth should fight. We're going to have to go through these things until our people wake up. All right? Let's jump back. Let's jump back to Genesis. Nicodemus is going to start getting on me. Got him up here too long.
Genesis chapter 25, verse 27, starting from the top again. And the boys grew up, and Esau was a cunning hunter, and a man of the field. And Jacob was a plain man.
Yeah, Jacob was just a regular man. He was a regular man playing. Go ahead.
Dwelling in tents.
Doing what?
Dwelling in tents.
Yeah, he'd rather just keep at home, mind his own business, do his duty at home. This is the Bible showing us the difference. I mean, the typical black man, listen, the typical black man nowadays is a street nigga. I'm sorry, but he wants to be up in them streets, hanging on the corners, being on the block. But we would rather be at home. We would rather just be in our dwellings, keeping to ourselves, staying out of trouble. That's the spirit that's in us.
Playing dominoes.
Yeah, we like to do the house parties and sitting around playing spades.
Barbecue.
Yeah, dominoes, cards, sip you a little brew. Right? The black man loves to just sit in front of the television with a cold one, the remote, a little peace and quiet, maybe his rib sitting next to him. You know, maybe. It depends on, if he wants to watch the game, he probably don't want her next to him. Start asking questions. What's a touchdown? Like, babe, we ain't got time for that right now. I'll educate you later, right? But the mind, the mentality is, man, we just like to chill out. Man, what you about to go do? I'm about to take it to the crib. I'm going home. Right? It's been a long day. What you about to go do? I'm going home.
Work 12-hour shift.
Yeah, I don't work. I done did my work for the day. I'm about to go do what the scriptures say and enjoy some rest. Take some rest, hang out with the family. That's what's naturally in us. That's been perverted in us. Why? Because we've been on this money chase and fame chase, so now I got to get out into the world. I got to become a man of the world to be able to compete with what the world has to offer. You see that? To be able to chase that bag is moving around the whole field. And what am I doing? I'm wherever that bag's at. So I'm outside of my tent. The mentality is no longer what's happening at my house. How's my family? How's my rib? How's my kids? How's my brethren? It's, wait, I got to go chase this bag. So we've kind of been swayed away from this. But Jacob, our forefather, this was the mentality. Read on.
Verse 28.
And
Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison.
Right.
But Rebekah loved Jacob. That's where we get that mama's boy spirit from.
Yeah, that baby boy.
Baby boy, mama's boy.
Well, Jacob wasn't a baby boy. He wasn't a mama's boy. His mom loved him and protected him. But when it was time for him to roll out, when she said, listen, go to this land and get you a wife, he didn't sit back. Like, but mama.
Jacob was a mama's baby. You got mama's boy and you got mama's baby.
Yeah, she favored him more than Esau. But when it was time for Jacob to up and leave, he did it. He didn't do the mama's boy, I'm going to live with you until I'm 40. No. I'm going to live with you until you kick me out because she got a man. Right? To replace him. And then he went and got him a girl that's going to treat him like his mama. He didn't do that. So even that spirit, that has through time, through our slothfulness and laziness, has translated into a mama's boy spirit. Where now we're just super dependent. It tells you in Isaiah, a woman shall compass a man. We've become, as black and Hispanic males, overly dependent on our women for everything, and that is that mama's boy, baby boy spirit, looking like what's his name, Jody. So it ain't Jacob, it's Jody. What's up, dog?
Nah, I was gonna say it wasn't that we were, that we didn't know how to hustle. We didn't know how to go get the money. We did that. Jacob did that. You know what I mean?
Right,
But
right. Oh yeah.
when you look at Esau's characteristic as being an adrenaline junkie, when it says they're that man of the world and everything, they're the ones that like to go,
Base
tie a
jumping.
rope around their feet and jump off a 1,000-foot bridge and bounce. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Bungee jump.
They like to put themselves on a little tiny ass hook that's not even a tenth of their body weight and zip line 3,000 feet in the air. You know what I mean? Across the damn country on a little string. You know what I mean?
My favorite is when they put the suit on
And fly.
Yeah.
look like little spider monkeys. That's my favorite.
You know what I mean? That's
And they
what
come-
I'm saying. We're the plain man. We dwelt at home. We're not the ones trying to like jump off bridges, jump out of planes, bungee jump off every damn thing. Free base, free jump off.
Free
everything.
base? Yeah, it's called
You
free
know
base.
what I mean? Yes, free base.
Base jumping. That's what they call it.
Base jumping, that's what it is. Because free basing is when you hitting the crack.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
But even that,
Jacob likes that.
They introduce us to that stuff. You know?
Right.
That's true. But this is their characteristics. They like that adrenaline, edge of death type of stuff. Steve Irwin putting his head in the alligator's mouth type of stuff. That ain't us. You don't ever see niggas doing that. You know what I mean?
Nah.
You ain't never turned on Telemundo and he got his head stuck in the alligator's mouth. You know what I mean? Or you turned on like I said, I'm going through all the tribes. You ain't going through no Caribbean channels. And Benjamin's over there, chasing down an alligator.
No.
Trying to look at his back teeth.
No.
You know what I mean?
We're running
You
from
ain't
the
seeing
alligator.
that. We don't do those type of things.
We're-
That's in our nature.
We're running from the alligator.
But when you look at whose nature is it in to be
Adventurous.
hey, I found this really dark hole. I don't know what's in it.
Let's
Let me
find
stick
out.
my head in there.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, what the hell's wrong with you?
That's
Why
like
don't you at least put a flashlight in there first?
that's like this Edomite. I was reading this article, and this Edomite, he went into a cave like head first,
Yeah.
and the cave started to shrink. Basically, it started to get tighter and tighter. He got stuck. Bro, he
he's
died
crawling
right there.
through it.
He was crawling through it. He just
Oh.
died right there in the cave. They couldn't get him out. He died on camera right there. It's like, yeah, he basically just died because they couldn't lodge him free.
But that's their nature, man. They like to do all that edge of your seat type of stuff.
Yeah,
We're the
adrenaline.
plain man. We're like, what do you mean? Wait, you want me to jump in the Mariana Trench, the deepest pit of the ocean, and go looking for nothing? Nah, I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna be at home watching the game.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Or I could watch you do that on TV.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, hot air balloon flying, taking air balloons all the way up into the atmosphere.
Yeah, Esau want to do all that spelunking and doing all kind of crazy stuff. They the ones when you watch the videos and they over there doing backflips on a high rise on the world's tallest building that ain't even been finished construction yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
off
I mean,
of they're doing parkour off of like buildings in Dubai.
Just with some beam hanging out.
I see the dude fall off of that.
Yeah.
I seen the dude do that and fall off.
God.
Hit a couple of those.
I mean,
Yeah, they
That's-
on the top of the Mount Everest and the top of these different mountains, balancing on a rock that's balanced on a pebble. You know what I mean? Yeah, and just to take a selfie.
yeah,
Like, it ain't even for no reason. It's just so I can take a selfie and say, I'm doing
to
this.
say I've done it.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, that's them. Well, we're the plain man dwelling in tents. It ain't saying we didn't know how to hustle. We didn't know how to
Right.
go travel the world, get money, things like that. We invented the Silk Road in China and going through Africa and stuff like that. We invented these things. But, so we knew how to hustle. We circumnavigated the globe before they even knew how to make fire. But did we go chasing that adrenaline rush? You know what I mean? Or were we the plain man dwelling in tents? See, that's the difference.
Right.
That's why when you look at these guys, they're like, oh, that's not, Esau's not the white man. Well, who the hell is it then? Who else is doing this stuff? Who else is the one that can't stay their ass at home? Who else is the one that can't dwell in their tents? and got to be all over the world and be a man of the field and doing all these things. Who is that?
So
Y'all see that?
So true.
What other nation is doing it? If you can pin it on another nation, we'll say, okay, that's not the white man.
Come.
You know what I mean? But they want to be like, oh, the white man is Japhet. Well, you don't know history for one, but two, you don't know the white man. You ain't looking at what they do. You ain't looking at who invented the words manifest destiny, eminent domain. That's the proud man that keepeth not at home and enlargeth his border as hell and is as death.
That's right.
Those are characteristic statements of a man that can't keep his ass at home. Oh, eminent domain. What the hell does that mean? That means I can walk into your house, take your stuff, kick you out, and then tell you you need a green card to get back in here. That's eminent domain. You know what I mean? Manifest destiny. Everything I see is mine. What? Just because you called it by a fancy name don't mean stealing isn't stealing.
Con.
But that's what they do. Through their policy, they cause craft to prosper.
Con.
That's all manifest destiny and eminent domain is I'm stealing your stuff. If Judah were to say that, they'd be like, no, you can't do that. You're going to jail. Like, I'm jacking you. Okay, you're going to jail. But Esau says manifest destiny, and we're like, oh, okay.
So true.
The whole world did it. They were like, oh, okay, well, that's manifest destiny. That makes sense. Oh, you made a policy? Oh, well, there it is. They did it when you go down to Africa. You know what I mean? With the Zulu tribes, they did it with the Native Americans here. All they did was say, listen, we're taking your stuff. And we wrote a paper that says it's okay.
Gosh.
And then the whole world jumped behind them and said, that's okay.
Yeah. Gosh.
You don't see that?
That's deep.
It's right there in the scriptures, though. We're reading it. Go ahead.
Benaiah.
I'm learning about this stuff in school,
Uh-huh.
and all the stuff that they say happened, they make it seem like they were being attacked. Like, they were the ones being afflicted.
The white man.
Come.
Oh, you mean like when he came to America?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they've been trying to erase history. Part of the whole, you know, when they were doing the whole, when George Floyd got killed and they start trying to rip down a lot of these monuments, that's part of them trying to erase slavery, to make it seem like it didn't happen. And, you know, they changed in the textbook, what do they call it? Indentured servitude. Yeah, so that's just a ploy to paint themselves as, you know, the lovable white man that he wants to be. But we know the Bible, you can't erase this history. They can change their textbooks, they can rip down monuments, they can they can try to change, like we going over it, they can try to change different policies to make that craft of we're gonna make slavery just disappear. And it will. Through time, if you don't educate your children, Tupac is gonna be white, Michael Jordan will be white, Michael Jackson will really, really be white, and slavery would have never existed. What's sis? And then I would.
One time Trump was saying that he was going into the foreign schools who were teaching that 1619 project of history in the school system. So he didn't want certain history being taught because they want to erase it.
They want to cover it up. They want to erase it. So he wanted to not teach about when the first slave ship hit Virginia in 1619. That's what he didn't want to teach. Yeah.
They didn't get rid of, like, you know, books like Huckleberry Finn and Uncle Tom's Cabin and stuff like that. They didn't get rid of that as required reading because, you know, it said the N-word in it. You know what I mean? They got rid of it because it was a full documentation of all the wicked stuff they did to our people.
Damn, Huckleberry Finn was about slavery?
Yeah.
See, I didn't pay attention to that.
All those books.
I didn't read them.
From you know, like I said, Uncle Tom's Cabin, Huckleberry Finn, all those where they was calling us nigger like it was our name.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't remember that. Tom Sawyer?
Yeah.
I remember, yeah, okay.
They got rid of that stuff because it was a full documentation of how they treated us like pets.
Yeah.
Or how they treated us like cattle and how they treated us like crap during all that slavery. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they try to get rid of it because it had the N word in it. Nah, y'all don't care about the damn N word. Y'all still using the N word.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Y'all care because it's a documentation of what y'all did to us, and it's right there as fact, and you can't get rid of it.
Can't get rid of
It's
it.
in black and white. You know what I mean? And that's why they don't want you. The first thing they didn't want taught was the scriptures.
Yep.
Because once you put that with their history, it's game over.
Game over. Yep. It's a wrap. But that's why all you really need is the Bible, though, because we know that this can't be erased, it can't be tampered with, it can't be changed. They could change all their books, change school policies, change what they teach, but this can't be erased. William.
I like to, just my thing. I like to watch a lot of debates because they be bringing out a lot of points and different history and stuff in those debates. And I notice most of the time when they're debating, like a rabbi or white guy, the first thing they'll say is, "Well, we put the laws on the books to abolish slavery." But then somebody will really go behind them and be like, "Is slavery real abolished? It's still on the books. You just gotta."
Abolish doesn't mean to take away. That's the thing. When you go into that word abolish, that's how you kill that. When,
It's still
yeah,
on the books, though.
it's still on the books.
Yeah.
You didn't totally eradicate slavery and stop it. To abolish it don't mean that you stopped it. So it's still on the books. They stopped having slaves in certain places, but then they still have slaves hundreds of years later. And then look, we're still in slavery now. So that's all. What you say, semantics. Even that whole who was it? Abraham Lincoln. That was all semantics.
Try to cast themselves in a different light.
And try to put themselves in a different light. But Abraham Lincoln wasn't trying to free no slaves.
That's right.
He that was like a byproduct of if he didn't let that happen, they was gonna lose the war.
Yep.
That was all about war.
But he transferred them over to the government anyhow. He wasn't freeing them.
And what did they end up doing?
Still working as slaves.
As slaves. Think about it. You free a man that ain't got nothing. What's he gonna have to go do?
Work.
And go work for somebody to get something, right? So that's what we ended up doing. We just went and worked for low slave wages.
Yeah, I was reading, I've been listening to a lot of audio books now that I got all this time. But I was listening to Frederick Douglass. And, basically, when he did get free, he taught himself how to read, he got free and everything. Now, he's a white man, but obviously he looks like dude. His father's a plantation owner. You know what I mean? But when he got free, he went up north and everything, and he started working. And what the Northerners would do, the Northern white people that was supposedly so pro freedom and all this stuff, right? They would band up at whatever job that he was working at, and they would stop working there because they didn't want to work with a nigga. So then the person that's hired you, they got to let you go because they done lost 90% of their white workforce.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
99.9.
Just because you're working there, and they got to let you go.
Yep.
Well, this was not an isolated problem. This wasn't just Frederick Douglass. This was all the slaves that finally did get their so-called freedom. When they was coming up here, the white workers that was supposed to be pro-freedom and all these white Northerners that was supposedly pro-you not getting whipped and picking cotton, they would quit and boycott the business. You know what I mean? And not let you have a job or somewhere to work. So what were you stuck doing? You was back stuck playing Madden. You was back stuck picking cotton or doing some free job.
Or stealing.
Yeah, or stealing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Or doing something illegal. Or some of them end up having to go round up slaves.
Right.
That were coming up north, they would round them up and take them back down south to make money.
To make money. Yep.
So you was end up selling out your own damn people and consuming your own people just so you can make a dime, man. So you can survive.
There's a story on Hulu about this woman, and she's still alive. She was basically like telling her story in front of like a college campus. I forget her name. I haven't watched it, but she was basically like the first black girl. This is way back in like 19. Her mom is still alive and she's still alive. This was probably like 1940, 1950. But she went to this they segregated the schools, and she went to this school and she was talking about how Esau would line the streets. What is it? You know what I'm talking about?
Bridges, yeah.
Yeah. I like I said, I just seen like a little quick, you know, when you watch a trailer, I didn't really see it, but when they got like actual footage of her going to school, like actually her, they were filming it, and listen, you can see little white kids out there holding signs, "We're gonna kill you," right?
Damn.
You can see women. The women were more vicious than the men. These women were venomous. These women were venomous, and they talked about. I'm gonna let you come in. They talked about how what they would do is they would bring her into the school. The federal agents, marshals, would have to walk her into school,
I know what you're talking
and then she would just be there by herself. And then she would hear like all the kids playing, but they would never let her play with the kids because they were saying that if they integrated her with the white kids, then all the kids would stop going to school. All the teachers were saying, look, if you let her go play with the white kids, we're going to stop teaching. And there was one teacher that was like, no, I'll teach her, because she was her teacher. She's like, no, I'll teach her, and then you can bring these other kids, I'll teach them too. And that's where they started to do the little integration. But you know what struck me was just the amount of people that showed up for this little girl was like 5 years old, man.
Yep.
They talking about they wanted to kill her.
They don't care.
And they had their sons and daughters out there. And then when they used to hang us, they would have their sons and their daughters out there learning what?
How to do the same thing.
How to do the same thing.
Yep.
How to keep slavery going, how to keep that mind.
Right, so, I'm sorry, you've taken me right back to this is everything that we learned in high school. So I grew up in Omaha, Nebraska, and this was, they had Black history, and they taught it in our elementary schools, high schools, and middle schools.
For like a whole class or just 1 month?
For the whole year.
Dang,
around.
you
So,
privileged.
Right.
No.
But yeah, so like we got further edification when it came, like a lot of people don't know what picnic means.
Yep.
You know?
Pick a nigga?
Right, so it was everybody together learning all of this stuff.
Ain't picnic.
You know?
Right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, I didn't have Black history, and I ain't gonna lie, maybe I wouldn't even have paid attention if I did. You know, I wasn't getting all that. So a lot of these things that are popping up, like these stories and things, you know, I know they happen, but to see them, I'm like, damn.
About Ruby Bridges, when they would line up outside, they would make dolls.
They made doll, yeah,
And they would make it like
a noose, yeah.
and they would put it in her face.
Yep,
while
yeah.
she was walking inside.
Yeah, the women, I'm telling you, the women were worse than the men. They did not want this black girl to go to school. They had the signs, "We gonna kill you, nigger," and this and that. I'm just like, you know, if you don't even understand American history and what we went through in American history, and then you read the scriptures and it goes in about how much Esau hated us, you'll never get it. You got to understand what we had to deal with just here. If you understand what we dealt with here with the white man, then you'll be able to get a more clearer view of what the Bible is really trying to bring out. You know, we could go all the way back into history, Babylonian Empire, where they said Edom. Babylon comes in, grabs us up, we run south, Esau's there waiting, right? Who knows about that? The ones that read, but then that's so far in history, you'd be like, well, that's what they did back then. But it kept going. It never, ever stopped.
When they said raise it.
It never stopped. They always was there to round us up and bring us into a captivity. From that point on, it never, ever stopped. They're here to round you up now, to bring you into a captivity.
That's why we're reading what we're reading. Is we're not doing it just so we can, establish some kind of racism or whatever. It's to establish a characteristic so you know who these people are.
Who's your enemy? Yep.
Just like we find out who the 12 tribes are by their characteristics.
Yep.
We find out who Esau is by his characteristics.
Yep.
Because these characteristics ain't changed. You know what I mean? When you go through and you find out, like you said, from the Babylonian Empire, from us coming out of Egypt, they were right there at the border, you know what I mean? To the Greek Empire, when they became the Greek Empire, when they became the Roman Empire. when they changed to whatever their name was, from Edomites to Greeks to Romans to whatever, they still kept the characteristics.
The spirit never left.
They still kept that bloodthirsty spirit on them, where like you gotta think them lining up to watch you hang. They used to do that with each other. When you watch the movies about the Crusades, or when you watch about Mary Tudor and how she used to torture people in the streets and stuff, they would line up and bring their kids to stuff like that.
Right, the Colosseum.
Yeah, you know, when
The
you're
Romans.
reading about the Pope's pear and these different types of torture devices, those were done in public, and they will bring their kids to that like it was Disneyland.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So you bringing your, you think it's bad that they bring their kids to watch us hang on a string? You know what I mean? They used to bring their kids to watch a person get disemboweled.
Yep.
To get his guts and intestines torn out and thrown all over the audience. They invented snuff films. You know what I mean? That was their entertainment. They would have a feast and a play going on at the same time, and the man would have sex with the woman and kill her, and you would reach for the food that got the most
blood on it. Yeah.
Wow.
It's real.
This is Roman entertainment. This is Esau as their finest, and nothing has changed with it.
That's why the Bible says he's the vilest man on earth.
Yeah. So when they sit there and they got the knee on your neck for 87 seconds or however long it was.
3 minutes, 47 seconds.
And they're on camera and they're smiling. It's not because because it's a new thing for them. It's a new thing to you.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? They've been taking selfies with us while they was hanging us in the background on fire. So true. You know what I mean? They've been drawing themselves, having artists draw them scalping a woman and her child.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They've been doing that. So this ain't nothing new for them. It's just new to you because you don't read.
Yep.
Well, while we're reading this about Esau, we're finding out not a new level of racism or nothing like that. We're finding out, no, these are just characteristics of some wicked ass people on the earth. And we got to know how to manifest ourselves to be the righteous on earth.
Oh, God.
Stay away from stuff like that and stop saying, oh, Jesus loves everybody.
God.
No, you don't love that.
Right.
You don't love when you rip a woman's baby out of her stomach and bash it into rocks. You don't love that. You know, see that?
Yeah.
You don't love when you set a grown man on fire by his feet like they did in the Caribbean. They would set men on fire for days. Like when they was taking over the Caribbean islands, Jamaica and stuff like that, they would set these brothers on fire for days. Not on a full-fledged fire. They would be smoking them. Just over hot coals.
Over hot coals.
For days. And they'd be hung up by a hook stuck in their damn liver or in their rib cage. And they'd just be hanging there with each other. You know what I mean? When you read that book, not history of the West Indies, but Hebrewisms of West Africa. They tell you about that, how these brothers were so tough, man, they would be laughing at Esau while they was burning and cooking and boiling alive. But they would be laughing at him. You know what I mean? That's how tough they were. But this is what was in Esau's mind. Like, I'm going to slow cook you for days with your friend.
And what does that sound like? That goes right back to the Maccabees. The woman with the 7 sons. Yeah. That goes right back to Daniel, the 3 holy children.
That's why they want that taken out. You know what I mean? Because that's their mentality. That's their characteristics. Like, who the hell picks up, like, I'm not just going to shoot you. I'm not just going to hit you with a spear. I'm going to boil you in a pan specially made to cook people.
To cook people. It's big enough to cook people. Or a furnace to fit people in. Who builds that?
Right, like when they put the baby in the cow, or they put the people in the cow, so then they heat it up.
In the metal cow, yeah.
And then when you start yelling, they make it where it sounds like the cow is mooing.
Yeah, the torture devices.
That's their mentality.
Let's jump back. Let's jump back. I mean, there's more to read. There's more to read. So, I mean, the little bit that we've read, we only read like 2 verses. And look, what's that?
I was just gonna hit on how Esau likes to tell on himself too.
Right.
This is just a little clip from that book, Who Was Esau, Edom? And it says, Esau was the firstborn of Isaac, and thus was heir to the birthright derived from the direct racial lineage of Adam to Noah to Adam. From Adam to Noah to Abraham. Thus Esau was racially an Edomite, a Semite, and a Hebrew.
Right, which is all true.
The racial stock of the white race. And I always think about, like, you know, like how the villain in the movies, how they always want to tell out their whole plan and their scheme before they do it to the hero. And I'm like, well, Esau continues to do that, like through the movies, through media. He wrote a book saying, "Hey, I'm Esau."
Right.
But then when we come out and tell people like, yeah, the white man is the Edomites, people don't want to believe us.
Right. And his actions speak for him. Good point. Go ahead, Al.
Genesis chapter 25, verse 29. And Jacob sought pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. Verse 30. And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with the same red pottage.
Right. He said, give me the red pottage. Give me that half-cooked meat. Right now, I mean, again, you know, it was really big back in the 80s where you would hear about Esau eating medium rare meats. I never really knew what that was until I started going to restaurants, and I'm like, wait a minute, why is there blood still leaking out from the meat? And they would have the joke, I want it still moving. Give it a light sear. About 2 minutes on each side. Just cook it for the color.
That's a steak, bro.
A steak. They be hitting them all 36-ounce steaks, seared on both sides for 1-2 minutes.
Yeah.
But all he was doing was going back to the way he dealt. And this time he was tapping into that spirit. Give me now that red meat. How you like it cooked? Well, I don't want to wait too long, so I want it still moving.
You know what's cool about this? Damn, I just got hit with this. Remember, the Arabs, they eat kosher, so they drain out all the blood. They don't like the blood.
They drain
like
the blood out. That's what you call halal.
They cook their food.
It's halal.
So again, that's like another shot to anybody that thinks that that Esau is the so-called Arabs.
Yeah, they don't deal with the blood in the meat. They drain it. They kill it halal and they drain out the blood. Esau is that bloodthirsty. They got communities. What do you think? Like Dracula and blood drinking and what is it? Vampirism. I used to work with a dude. I'll get to you. I used to work with this Edomite at Apple. Apple hires some strange characters, man. Dude, it's like a melting pot of just retards. But this dude was into S&M.
Oh, damn. Okay.
He was telling me he was the things that he was doing. Some of the stuff I couldn't believe, but then I was like, it's a white boy. I can see it in him. He's like, yeah, I got a chick. I don't even want to say it, but he was talking about how he would beat on these women. They wanted to get beat on. He would tie them up, beat them, but then he would drain their blood. He would bite into them and suck their blood. And you can see it because when you drink blood, you start to, your skin, it has a reaction where your skin gets super pale, your teeth, the iron in the blood starts to break down your teeth.
Like some white folks in Boogie Eli?
Like in Boogie Eli, he started getting the shakes. Mm-hmm. But you could tell that he was doing it because his hair and just everything about him was just deteriorating. And I'm like, this young dude, he was in his 20s, but he's like, yeah, I drink blood. I got a fridge full of blood right now. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, me and my girl, we'll do our thing. And he's showing me the bite marks in his chest, like straight teeth. Teeth marks of his woman biting him. He shaved his teeth down to have fangs. Yeah, he shaved his teeth. He had no front teeth right here. They were broke, but then he shaved the canines down so he could bite into people. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? But then I had to go back to the scriptures and say, a white man indeed. What's that? But they
my mom's a white woman. She likes her meat like that. She says bloodier and juicier.
You can still have juicy steak that's cooked.
She always has to have the red in there.
That's disgusting.
I saw this one video where it was about the vampire thing.
Uh-huh.
Well, they had this big bowl
of blood.
They would eat raw They would just
Cut themselves?
cut their wrists and put the. They would start sucking on each other. It was a couple. They would start sucking each other's blood, and then they would like cut their hand and put it in a cup, and then drink it like it was wine or water.
And then they did. Then you watch like the movies, like Underworld and all these vampire movies, and you wonder like why they got it down so pat, why they got the whole vampirism down to a T. Cause that's in their spirit, man. That's in their blood. That's in their genes. The first white man was about give me now that red pottage. Let me get that red meat. Now you got communities of Edomites. You go on Facebook, you go on YouTube, they're literally just getting a steak and they won't even cook it. They just bite it into ground beef, eating raw chicken, eating raw steaks.
You got a chick that toasted her steak the other day.
She did what?
She toasted it.
What you mean?
Like in the
She
toaster.
put it in the toaster.
What?
Yeah, it was like a big thing.
To do what though?
Work like that?
That don't
It was
even
on
do nothing.
TikTok.
And then she ate it?
Yeah,
So she gave it a quick little crisp on the outside,
just warmed it up pretty
but
much.
the inside was looking like this cup. But again, characteristics. That's what he's about.
I saw a video, this guy, he took his daughter hunting. She had to be maybe 13, 14 years old. She shot a deer with a bow. And first thing he did, he filming it. He cut the heart out the deer, gave it to her, let her eat it right there.
Yeah. They about that blood pack. That's what what do you think they be on? When you go to like the Bohemian, you hear about like the Bohemian Grove? Y'all ever hear about that? Where all the celebrities go to California and they wear like the little Baphomet heads, and what do you think they out there doing? They out there drinking blood, eating flesh. Adrenochrome. Yeah, they drinking children's blood with adrenaline in it. Like all that stuff is real because the Bible says it's real. Esau just takes things. Remember, he's not satisfied with the way things are in a plain way. He takes things to the extreme. So now I got to get the blood with the adrenaline in it, with your fear. I got to drink your fear. Think about it.
What you're reading about is not a man that was just hungry.
Nah.
You know, I mean, we had dates, we had figs, we had dried goods, we had cereals, we had wheat, we had all these different things that you could eat. You know,
Yeah.
fish, all the stuff you read in Ezekiel.
Yep.
We had all these things that you could eat dry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, he was already cooking right there. Normally, with some stuff like that, you probably had some bread already made. You know?
Yeah, some cakes already to the side. Yep.
All
Yeah.
that stuff, we already had dates and olives and all these different things naturally. So why couldn't he just eat something that was already good? You know what I mean?
Because it was beyond his character.
Yeah. This was a choice he made.
Yeah.
It wasn't a like, I'm hungry, I want what you're making. No, it's I want that red meat.
Yeah.
I want that bloody meat the way you don't eat it.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
The different manner of a person.
And knowing that Jacob ain't gonna eat his meat like that, so I don't gotta share. You
Yep.
know what I mean? That's how. But look at Esau, when you look at Esau's characteristic, reading about the man here, and then you look at them out there. These are the same ones that like they'll outlaw you giving food to the homeless.
Yep.
Why? What's
Greed.
the point of that?
Covetousness.
Yeah, because they want it. Because they if they can't have it, they don't want nobody else to have it.
Yep.
And it's the same thing what you're reading about here. You're looking at Esau's characteristics right here. There's no way you can say this ain't the white man. You know what I mean? These are the same cats will sit there and tell you they'll put you under arrest and put you in jail. Make the taxpayers pay for your food for feeding somebody that don't have food.
They did it to a dude in Florida. They did that to that man in Florida. They arrested him for feeding. They arrested him for feeding the homeless.
Right.
Yeah.
They pass laws about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They spend money to put spikes up in little concrete cones where
People sleep.
homeless people sleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's true. You know what I mean? Like, why would you spend money to do that when it's free to just let them sleep there?
Or to spend that money on food. Or spend that money on shelter.
Right.
Because the white man ain't about nobody else's. Remember, it said he heat people to himself.
Yeah.
But it spanned his borders as hell, death and destruction. So he's not about the promotion of and prosperity of anyone but himself. Listen, it's to the extreme where if you look at Esau, they're a house divided.
That's true.
They'll destroy themselves to benefit themselves. That's how extreme they go with it, where, listen, we'll be against each other because we're across the river. I'll bomb you, Russia, you'll bomb. Esau got this mentality, man, of just straight up destruction.
That's why the scriptures call them they're not people, because you find that characteristic in certain animals. Certain like hybridized animals, like when they took and mixed eels with salmon. They were trying to mix eels with salmon so that way the salmon could be able to reproduce in different environments than just its own natural environment. Well, they found out that this salmon, what will happen is once it exhausted all the natural resources of food that it could eat, they start cannibalizing each other.
Damn.
Wow.
And that you find that in a genetically modified animal. You know what I mean?
And Esau will be the first to eat you.
Yeah.
Look at the movie Alive.
That's so true.
Look at that. Listen, you mean to tell me y'all couldn't fast for a couple of days? You start eating people's butt cheeks? Start at the meaty parts, right? You start eating the buttocks, then the thighs. I mean, that was a bunch of white people up there.
That's true. That's the first thing they think about when they say if you were trapped in a mountain somewhere. The first thing they start thinking about is what parts of you they would eat.
Yeah.
Why don't you think about where you would hunt?
Yeah.
Why don't you think about what animals you would find, or where you could fish? But they start piecing you up.
Yup. Nigga, bring the salt.
So what
Barely.
You're looking at again is,
Barely.
you're not looking at a characteristic. Like I said, you're not looking at a man that was just hungry. You're looking at a man that made a recreational choice of food.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This was recreational. He didn't have to eat the uncooked pottage.
Nope.
He just ate that because recreational.
And
That's what they do now.
and like the scripture said, he was going to have a different way of dealing with things than his brother. Different manner of people. Jacob was going to do the righteous thing. Esau was going to do the opposite of righteousness. The wicked is estranged from the womb. So his choices were choices of wickedness. He was a wicked man. He wasn't a sinner. The nigga was off. He was off in every choice he made. From who he married, to the birthright, to this right here. It was all off. To wanting to kill Jacob. There was no righteousness in Esau. Go ahead, read on.
For Esau.
For Esau, right?
Genesis chapter 25, verse 30.
Right?
And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with the same red pottage.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. It said that Isaac loved Esau because he brought that venison. How come he didn't bring his own food? If he was about getting that venison, he could have supplied his own want, right? But like Thawon was bringing out, like we're saying, he made this choice to be perverse. He made this choice to go against the natural order of things. Go ahead.
I am faint.
Right?
Therefore was his name called Edom.
Right, which means red. Go ahead.
Verse 31. And Jacob said, sell me this day thy birthright.
Right, so here goes Yaiquab. Yaiquabbing, right? Supplanting.
Might as well give it to him.
He's like, bro, you might as well. You don't want it. Look at you. You out here with bloodstains running down your cheek. You out here running the streets, wild as hell. You know, it's almost like when you look at a king. Isaac's the king. Esau is the heir to the throne, but he wants nothing to do with the throne. He wants nothing to do with the kingdom. He just wants to run around and be a philanderer. You know, lay with women, just party. And you got the other son that's like, dude, why are you forsaking this? You could be the king. So Jacob was like, well, listen, man, you that hungry? What you gonna do for it? It was smart. He says, sell me your birthright. Go ahead.
Verse 32. And Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die.
Come on now. You was about to die that you had to eat the meat raw? Like you couldn't get ate, like he was saying, like Darwin was saying, usually when we was cooking meat, there was some cakes being baked off to the side. We had other dry goods, figs, right? Remember Abigail?
Yeah.
What did Abigail grab for David when he was about to come and knock out Nabal's whole whole household. So she grabbed figs, she grabbed cakes, she grabbed lambs dressed, she grabbed bottles of wine. So there were other things that Isaac and that they had in the house that Esau could have went to. But he's like, man, I'm about to die. Are you trying to swindle me? Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 25, verse 32.
Before you read it, I want y'all to think too, man. Like, that's the Edomite mentality. It's like, I want something, and if I can't get it, I'm about to die. When really, you're not about to die. That's how it be with us, man. When that lust hits you, it takes you so far into that spirit that you don't feel like, man, if I don't do this,
it's gonna kill me.
You don't feel like you're gonna die. Like, I'm gonna die without a cigarette.
It's a justification. You're playing to your desires.
Yep.
You're playing to what you want to do anyway, but you're justifying it, saying, "Oh, is that what Esau does now?" Like he said about how they make themselves look like victims. You know what I mean? He was telling me about how my son was telling me about how when they took over Mexico and stuff like that, they were whining to the Mexicans about not letting them conduct slavery. Like, you make yourself a victim because we won't let you have slaves. That's why they wanted Texas to be Texas instead of Mexico. It was because the Mexican government wouldn't let them have slaves. You know what I mean? And that's what he's doing here. He's justifying the wicked desire that he has in him by saying, I'm about to die. No, you're not. You just went and hunted.
Basically.
You know what I mean?
That's what basically he came from the field to what was he doing?
You killed a damn deer with your bare hands. You know what I mean? You got him draped over your shoulder. You marched him all the way back to the camp. You're not about to die.
Slothfulness.
But what are you justifying?
Yep.
I'm justifying my desire to eat this red meat and do against my family tradition. I'm justifying why I kill niggers all the time. Why? Because he was dangerous. You know what I mean? Wait, he was a 12-year-old butt naked on the playground. And you shot him 80 times.
God.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
He was dangerous. What's that?
No,
it's cold, bro.
As we read down, when Jacob gave him the pottage, it said he gave him bread also.
There you go. That's why I said
bread was there. Yeah.
The surroundings of it, all these things were already taken care of.
Yeah.
We already had these things. This was our custom.
And lentils.
Yeah, we had things laid up.
Yeah.
The
bread was made. That's how we did
it. If I'm hungry, I get home, I know where the bread is. I know there's a whole big loaf she just bought. You know what I mean? I'm going to go tear a piece of that off, and I can wait.
That's right. Let that subside the hunger.
For some steak to cook on a pan.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I can wait for it to cook all the way through because I'll be satiated with that big-ass loaf of bread. Or I can go and eat the box of kicks I got sitting up on the top of the shelf. You know what I mean? There's dry goods. There's cheese. I can go grab a slice of cheese and eat that. There's things in the fridge already, or there's things already laid up. And that's what was going on with Esau. He just was playing to his desire, and he justified it by saying, I'm dying.
It's like the serpent in the garden where he was cursed to his belly. To follow his belly, his gut, his greed, his covetousness. Esau rolls with the same spirit. They follow their gut. Like, that's their slogan, follow your gut. Right?
Damn, it is.
Obey your thirst, right? Remember that whole Sprite thing? Obey your thirst. Stay thirsty, my friends. Like, their whole thing is about appeasing the flesh. Do as thou wilt, right? Aleister Crowley, YOLO, you only live once. All these little fun, just do it, right? All these little sayings. But this is how they live. This is what they live by. And again, we're reading about, I gotta keep saying it, we're reading about the first Edomite. So he epitomizes all the things that you see scattered out through the world now about Esau.
Yeah.
He epitomized all that in one instance. He epitomized the whole Edomite race. The covetousness, the greed, the slothfulness. Mm-hmm. How you coming from the field, you the man that's known for the venison, but you begging somebody else for food. Mm-hmm. Slothful. Right? Covetous. I want what you got. Law breaking. Not abiding. He got no rules. He has no standard. white man has no standard. That's why Job said, I wouldn't even let my dogs lay with him.
Base man.
He's a base man, a people that's not a people. All these different scriptures that you can go to and say, wait a minute, man, why was this man characterized this way? Well, because that's what he did. It wasn't that he was characterized in a certain way. He made his character. He made his name.
Yeah.
He made who he was through the Bible, through the scriptures.
What does it actually mean by them not a people? I understand that they're a race of people, but what does it mean that them that are not a people?
Well, it's like how one was going through. Look at the way they deal. Look at the way they deal towards others. Not a people meaning what? Beasts. No wisdom. No understanding. David said it.
He didn't give them like a heritage or something like that.
No, they got a lineage. They got all that. Okay. But think about the way they. Yeah, they take it. But think about the way they deal in the world. Okay. Think about what wisdom. What makes us. What makes us man? What makes us men?
We deal with the law, statutes, and commandments.
Wisdom, right? It says the man is commanded according to his wisdom. What makes a woman or a wife? Her wisdom. A wise woman buildeth their house. It's wisdom. David said it. He said, without wisdom, man is like a beast. So you be not a people. Esau don't use the wisdom of the Most High. They use their own wisdom. So they're beastie. They're beast-like cave people. Look at it. Look at my favorite Edomite is Bear Grylls. That's my favorite Edomite. The nigga carved out a camel and lived in it overnight. A camel.
Every time you tell that.
He lived in a camel for the night. I'd never seen that.
Drank the water from the
dude
stomach.
Drank the water from the stomach, carved out the guts, moved them to the side, and lived in it for a shelter and stay warm.
I'll never forget. I used to watch all of it.
Oh, you got to watch Man vs. Wild. They drop him off, and then he just show you how to just be a beast among beasts. He's just a smarter. He's a more. Remember, it said the serpent was a more cunning beast of the field, right? Esau is just a more cunning man. He's a higher level thinker than all other beast animals. You see that? That's why he can go hunt a lion. That's why he can hunt us. That's why he can be the cunning hunter and live out his characteristics. But that not a people, just think about the spirit. It says the spirit in him is not upright. Think about it. Who pushes necrophilia, sleeping with dead bodies, bestiality, homosexuality? I mean, that was Sodom and Gomorrah, the damn Africans. But the Romans took it and literally they perfected homosexuality. They got it down to a science, right? Don't push too hard. They got it down to a science. They got lesbianism down to a science. They know how to push it and live in it and make it like it's a lifestyle. They justify. They know how to justify.
Exactly what he's doing with the population. That's what they do. Like, you sitting there, you watching Netflix, and all of a sudden, your kids gotta watch two girls kissing. You know what I mean? They gotta watch two girls kissing, or they gotta watch two guys humping on each other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But what are they doing? They're trying to justify it through the media.
We gonna drink it later.
Trying to make it like, oh, this is normal. I get it. You know what I mean? Because why? Because they know it's not normal. So they thrust it in your face and keep putting it in your face like, oh, everybody's doing it. Right. Nah, you're doing it.
Yeah, only you's doing that. Like
it's all right here. Oh, I'm about to die. Well, niggas that are about to die can still eat cooked food.
Yeah, they can still wait another 10 minutes. No one died of hunger within a day. Like, come on. You got to just see the mentality on him. It was dramatic. It was.
That Bear Grylls, man. They dropped him off with the Arabs, and he seen the Arab skinning the goat, and he thought his first wisdom is,
let me get the balls.
In your culture, the testicles are the delicacy.
Yeah, let me get the balls. That's the first thing he went for.
The Arabs say it first.
That's the first thing he went for. Like, let me get the testes.
And raw.
Yeah. Man vs. Wild. Just go right on Hulu. But they dropped them off.
They got it on Hulu?
They got it on Hulu. The first thing he went for was the goat's strung up and he's looking down like, bruh, there's a whole bunch of meat all over the goat. He goes for the testicles. I'm like, why are you going for the balls?
The whole damn goat was accessible.
Yeah, and he goes for the nads. But think about it. That's how they dealt with us during slavery, right? They would castrate you and have that as a trophy.
Rocky Mountain oyster.
Rocky,
You got a whole
yeah,
buffalo.
and you eating the balls deep
It's
fried.
like the size of a damn mountain, and you gonna go right for the
Yep.
nuts.
Talking about it tastes like chicken. Everything tastes like chicken, deep fried and battered.
In Nebraska, that's what they like to eat, the testicles.
Yeah, Rocky Mountain
Like,
oysters.
we're having a big, huge get together. We're gonna have the Rocky Mountain oysters. Like they do it at the,
Bro.
the Veterans Club and stuff.
Yeah.
Just have a little feeding everybody.
And you would never know because the way they cook it,
I didn't know what
it's sliced real thin, and it just looks like battered chicken. You would never know.
Damn.
You would never know unless they told you, like, and then you ate it, you're eating balls. Literally, yes.
Yeah, it's the ball.
You know, cow testicles are huge,
Yeah.
right? Like, one of them is like this big. So when they cut it up and they lightly batter it, you know, they give it the liquid wash and the dry batter. They give it the egg wash, then they batter it. You know, Esau loves to egg wash things and then batter it to cover up the fact that it's filth. Fried alligator, how do they do that? They batter it. Rocky Mountain oysters, they batter it.
I can't even imagine that.
Well, bro, it ain't no different than eating pork.
That's good, I guess.
At least
They're
they're no people because they'll sit there and eat. They'll sit there and know that no one is supposed to be eating that damn animal, and give you the worst parts of the animal, the gut, the intestinal tract. That's what they was giving us in slavery. Think about it. Think about their mentality. So that's what it was talking about. No people. That mentality. Remember we read it. It said the spirit in him is not upright. Yeah. So.
I was just gonna say, whenever they want to do something vile,
Whoa.
like
Them things are huge.
they'll compare themselves to an animal, and they'll be like, "Well, this is what happens in nature."
In this kingdom, yeah.
This is what happens in nature, so it's natural. They'll try to convince you that it's natural because animals do it.
Yeah.
You're like, why are you comparing yourself to an animal?
Because they are no people.
To another people.
Because there are no people. That's why they are the animals amongst men. They are the animal kingdom amongst the men. You see that? But the Most High said there are no people because of the way they would deal. Because the different mannerisms, like the Bible said, would be between Jacob and Esau. All you're doing is seeing it. What other animal, what other thing eats raw flesh? Ain't it animals? Animals ain't sitting there worried about how am I going to cook? I want it lightly seared or cooked, boiled or whatever. They like, listen, blood. Animals they eat flesh raw. Esau eats flesh raw. Animals have sex with animals. Esau has sex with animals. I mean, I go through all of it. Esau, incest. That's anybody having sex with my sister is going to be me. That's what Esau's on, man.
Be careful, they're going to play that in the loop.
Right?
So then they justify it, trying to make it look romantic, put the violin music behind it. They're watching Game of Thrones like it ain't no.
Yeah, but that's his sister.
Yeah, that's brother and sister.
Yeah.
All day.
Yeah, all day. That's brother and sister, same dad. That was the whole cliffhanger of that show. The Stark boy and Lady Dragon.
You gotta go ahead and spoil that one for everybody.
If you ain't seen that yet, you know what's funny? I haven't even seen it. I haven't even seen the last episode, and I was on Game of Thrones before everybody was on that. I was on Game of Thrones first day it dropped, but I haven't took the time to watch the last season because, I ain't got time to give my mind to that.
It's basically like the meme says, incest everywhere. That's
Yeah,
what it was.
but that's what Esau's on.
But they justify it, like I said.
Yeah.
They put it on stuff like Game of Thrones. They put it on stuff like like their little documentaries and stuff like that, and try to make it look like it was a romantic thing or it was a justifiable thing. And it's like,
Yeah.
this is your brother and your sister.
They romanticize everything. It's no different than the homosexuality. They'll throw it on your little sitcoms like Modern Family. They make the little faggots. The whole family is just so cozy and they're interracial. And then they got two faggots just nestled in between. And you like, that's the Modern Family? That's what they push. Your superheroes. You can't get through it. Listen, you cannot get through a Netflix series. We talk about it all the time. Every time we try to watch something, it's like, okay.
Yeah, like the Bly Manor?
Bly Manor, homosexuality. That's why I watch Power, because they ain't doing no gay stuff in there yet. But I'm pretty sure, no, not in the first season.
The second season they said they
See, but that's why I'm not rocking with it. I already know.
That's book 2.
That's book
That's why I'm not gonna mess with it. But Power Book 1, that's just straight, just no homosexuality, because they get graphic in that show, and I'm not trying to see two men grind.
You ain't lying.
I'm not trying to see that. So I'm very happy that I could go through a series, 6 seasons, and there's not one homosexual incident. Right?
Probably not,
But they got to come with season 2 and just fag it all out. So the vileness in them to bring the things that, remember, it said, go to Romans real quick. Go to Romans 1. The things that are, watch. Go to Romans. Acts. Okay, I know where Romans is. I know where you are. I know where you are. What's that?
McCar got a message for you.
Unseen. Ain't no gays in Dragon Ball Z. So I gotta hop on Dragon Ball Z and start from the 80s, right? And just entertain myself. Damn. Okay, I'm with it then. I'm with it. Because they got that all up in Family Guy, all up in The Simpsons, right? Okay. South Park?
South Park.
They got some faggotry in South Park?
Yeah.
Bro. See? I ain't messing with that.
What?
Because The Simpsons got Herbert the pervert. He out there trying to molest and rape little boys. That's The Simpsons? No, that's Family Guy. Who does The Simpsons got? The preacher? the little Christian dude? Who does The Simpsons got?
The boss, Mr. What's his name?
Mr. Burns?
Mr. Burns.
Yeah, he was, and his assistant, they was definitely gay. Anyway, go to Romans 1.
21.
No, I want you to just get to the point. 27.
Romans chapter 1, verse 27.
Right.
And likewise, also the men, leaving the natural use of a woman,
Go ahead.
burning in their lust one toward another.
Right.
Men with men,
Right.
working that which is unseemly.
You see, that's what Esau is about. Let's work what's unseemly. Let's change a DVD player into a VHS player. Let's turn an out exit into an enter. That's what Esau is about. About working that's what's unseemly, and then making it seem like you'll sit there and has anybody ever seen them do a sex change? They have the animated module.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Has anybody ever, you've seen it? And you'll sit there and be like, if your mind ain't right, you'll be like,
How they slice
okay,
all the sides.
that works.
Oh my God.
You'll be like, that works. That's if your mind ain't right though. You'll be like, they got that to work.
Wow.
Right?
Yep.
You'll think it's incredible.
Right. You think it's a man. You'll be like, damn, this nigga is smart.
So true.
He did it. They did that. You'll be like, damn, they did that. Right? But it's unseemly. It's against nature. That's why the scriptures talk about Esau being that wild olive branch, being against nature. He's against the natural order of things.
Oh, so they're making it where men are basically useless because women can get pregnant.
Without men, well, wait, hold on. We know that, but go more. You got more.
They'll take the bone marrow and turn it into a sperm, and basically a woman can just get pregnant by using her own bone.
What does she do? Like just press a button and the sperm comes out?
No, they like take the bone marrow.
Oh, I see what you're saying. They turn the bone. Okay, that is.
How do they make it alive?
See, but see, now you're amazed, like, wow. Because I'm like confused, like, but there's blood and sperm. So they found some way to use bone marrow to make it act as if it's semen, and do the whole see.
And they're
I'm gone.
I think they said that it also doesn't produce male children.
So it's all female because it's coming from that female woman, probably. So but think about it. And they'll give you a scientific explanation why this is necessary. Why a woman should use her bone marrow to impregnate herself. And then the dumbass Kemet, what they'll do is see, the black woman is God. See? Because women were impregnating themselves way back. But now how are they doing it? Esau don't invent nothing. That's first and foremost. So if Esau found a way for a woman to impregnate herself through bone marrow, guess what? Wicked ass Egyptians and Israelites found that out first. And we were doing it first. So that's how, if a woman was impregnating herself, that's how we did it. Working that which is unseemly, like you would never think in a million years to pull bone marrow and use that as a substitute for sperm. I wonder what that kid is going to look like.
Oh,
The mom, probably.
Like a duplicate of the mom?
maybe so. Even if it's a male.
But he said it can't be male.
It can't.
Oh.
They say it said
But she was like carry the chromosomes.
Right, the Y,
it said
the X.
their offspring would always be daughters, though because sperm made from a female cell would always carry an X instead of a Y chromosome.
Right, the X. You need the X, YY and XY. Bro, I'm like, Con. Esau at his finest, right? Edomites indeed. Not only do they want to be God, they say they sit in the seat of God. I
If
mean,
you think about it too, like they do that because they don't want our Israelite males, because that's what we keep the righteousness in the male line.
and we've been wiping them out.
Yeah, that's
Listen,
exactly how they would
all of Europe ain't producing. That whole generation over there is dying off.
Yep.
Coronavirus killed half of Italy. They have no way to repopulate.
I think paying people to
Have kids. They're in I was just showing this to my rib, or she asked me a question. But in Japan, what was the other country? It was Japan and Hungary. Japan and Hungary, they're paying people to have kids.
God.
They're giving them government incentives. They're giving them tax breaks. What's that?
That's with the, this is on their CBA. So the writing portion of the quiz is basically, remember the question that I sent?
Yeah.
But the article that I told you I was waiting for, it went into everything. And they were basically saying, hey, we want to keep everybody out, only Hungarians. We're giving you, if you have one kid, you get this much money. If you have 2 kids, you get this. They're giving them like this little minivan.
Ooh.
They're paying them.
Damn, soccer mom.
Yeah, like it's.
Yeah, because they want to promote their gene, their race. But look how they got to go out and do it. Why? Because the Most High is shutting them down. And what do they got to go do? They got to go sit in his seat, or try to. You see that? Working that which is unseemly. That's what the white man's about. I'm going to eat raw meat, have sex with whatever I can, jump off of anything that I can, be a big ass kid in the earth. The white man's a big child.
Come down, they cry.
They cry. They cry like big children. Why is this happening? Because when he didn't get the blessing, he sat there and literally cried to his daddy. Daddy, that's all you have? No blessing for me? Like, nigga, you sold it. You didn't care. Jump back to Genesis. Jump back to Genesis.
Hold up.
What's that?
Someone had asked, don't they?
I love the white man.
Don't they eat placenta? Ain't that why they don't want us to have our babies at home?
They say that I wouldn't doubt it if they ate it. I'm not past it, but
the favorite food.
yeah, Pepsi's and
They sell it. They sell it.
yeah, Pepsi, some other things they use it for the flavoring, the placenta, the stem cells in the placenta they use to rebuild their organs and regenerate hearts, and they use our strength, they use our stem cell. So yeah, you don't get that. You sign that off.
Even when you do like the delayed cut, it's only delayed for like 5 or 10 seconds. They don't let your baby sit there and
Let the placenta pump all
yeah.
that blood and information out. So they want that. They take it, they freeze it, cryogenics, whatever you want to call it, and then they use it for later.
That's why you have to have, like, if you want to do all that, you just have to have your baby at home.
Yeah, home
And
birth.
They try to be like, well, there's a lot of problems and stuff, but usually there's not.
Yeah, you got to get you a
They used to
doula.
have them back in the day.
You just get you a doula or a good midwife, and she'll take care of you.
Oh,
What's that?
I was gonna say, that's where the whole witches hunt came from the midwives. because they were actually helping women take care of babies at home, so they actually called them witches. So that's why they forced the women to go into the hospitals, because they were hunting these ladies.
These
down.
women. Yeah. That's wild. That's wild.
A lot of information coming out today.
Go back. Go back to Jesus.
Go back where?
I love talking about the white man because it just keeps reaffirming. You know, when we go to Timothy's, what is it? 2 Timothy's 3:14, where it says, being assured of the scriptures, knowing what you're assured of. You know, this constantly reaffirms in me. It constantly reaffirms who is who and what is what, man. There's no denying it. I don't care what book you bring to me. I don't care what version of scripture you want to bring. There's no way to disannul what we see before our eyes, how this man carries himself.
That's right.
No way. I don't care what book of Jubilee, what book of Enoch. I don't care. Go ahead, read in Genesis.
Genesis chapter 25, verse 32. And Esau said, Behold, I am at the point to die.
Mm-hmm.
And what profit shall this birthright do to me?
Yeah, if I'm dead, the birthright ain't going to do nothing, so here, have it. Go ahead.
Verse 33. And Jacob said, Swear to me this day. And he swore unto him. And he sold his birthright unto Jacob.
Wow.
Verse 34.
Some bread and some lentils and some red meat.
Verse 34. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils. And he died. Salaki. And he did eat and drink and rose up and went his way. So Esau despised his birthright. Verse 26, chapter 26, verse 1. Verse so long, every verse.
Right. Any questions? No, right? Go ahead.
Chapter 26, verse 1. And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the day of Abraham, and Isaac went unto Abimelech, king of the Philistines, unto Gerar. Verse 2. And the Lord appeared unto him and said, Go not down into Egypt, dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. Verse 3. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee, and I will bless thee. For unto thee and unto thy seed I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swore unto Abraham thy father. Verse 4. And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give unto thy seed all these countries. And in thy seed shall all these nations of the earth be blessed.
Right, so this is the Most High making a covenant with Isaac. Go ahead.
Verse 5. Because that Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my law.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 6. Isaac dwelled in Gerar.
So you see, the Most High, he was dealing with Isaac the way he dealt with Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Go
ahead.
Verse 7. And the men of the place asked him of his wife.
Right.
And he said, She is my sister.
Right.
For he feared to say, She is my wife. Got a question.
Uh-huh.
She must was beautiful as heck.
Oh, yeah.
For him to have to lie and say that was her sister.
Oh, yeah. And Isaac, Abraham, remember, they were looking out for their lives, knowing that, when we read in the previous chapters, what did Abraham said about Abimelech? He said, surely I didn't think the Most High was in this land, right? So he knew that these men, they weren't going to uphold the scriptures. A woman is bound to her husband for life, right? And if she is, what are we going to do? We just get to kill him? Say he died? Who tried to use that? David. He tried to circumvent the law by getting Uriah wiped out to deal with his woman. You see that? So, and to hide a pregnancy. So, Isaac, Abraham, they were in that same mind that, wait a minute, these men ain't going to uphold righteousness. they're not gonna let me escape with my life because they're gonna want this woman. So yeah, she must have been. I mean, Rebecca, it tells you she was beautiful. It tells you she was beautiful. She was a woman of understanding. She was smart. She wasn't just some plain chick. We went through all her last week. We went through her characteristics and why she was the one that was chosen to be Isaac's wife. Because it wasn't that she was just chosen. They all were from the same nation. They all looked the same. It was the things that she did to promote herself to be that wife. Any woman could have been the Rebecca, but she stood out with her hospitality, with her care, with her love, with her charity. Go ahead.
Verse 7. And the man of the place asked him of his wife, and he said, she is my sister. For he feared to say, she is my wife. Lest, said he, the men of the place should kill me for Rebekah, because she was fair to look upon. Verse 8. And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looking out at a window, and saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah, his wife.
Was that Abimelech that he did it? I know he did it with the Egyptian.
It's all about.
Wasn't it Abimelech? Didn't Abraham do the same thing to Abimelech?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm
So
tripping.
it's the same Abimelech?
Yeah.
Might have been his son.
It could have been his, because Abimelech is what, like a title, like Nebuchadnezzar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Malak is father of king.
Okay. So it's like a Rastafari.
The names we put on these people weren't their names.
Weren't their names.
It was titles we put on, from our perspective.
Right.
Yeah,
So like a
Malak.
Yeah.
Father of kings. Yeah.
Father of kings. So like a Nebuchadnezzar was a title.
Gotcha.
Antiochus was a title that we put on them.
Some of them were their names from their nation.
Right.
Philip the Macedonian and stuff like that.
Right. Right.
But when we would name them, we would name them something else. You know what I mean?
Right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. So, dang. Go ahead. Yeah. I was like, wait.
Verse 9. And Abimelech called Isaac and said, behold, of a surely she is thy, she is thy wife. And how said thou, she is my sister? And Isaac said unto him, because I said, lest I die for her. Verse 10. And Abimelech said, what is this thou hast done unto her?
And he didn't lie. He didn't lie. Because
it was his cousin, wasn't it?
It was his cousin, but we're all brothers and sisters. They were from the same. They were from the same lineage. They came out of Tamar's lineage through Abraham.
Yes, sir.
All right, Abraham, Milcah, and Nahor.
Right.
So it wasn't that he lied. He just wasn't 100% forthcoming with the detailed relationship. But if I'm rolling with my rib, that's my sister first. Right? It's my sister. But then she's also my wife. Right. It's not in a brother-sister type of vibe, like same mom and dad. That's unlawful and weird. That produces web feet.
That's Esau.
Yeah, web feet. You ever see the kids with web feet and cleft lips?
Oh,
that's incest. Yeah, that's a byproduct.
I thought it'd be like something like Down syndrome.
Down syndrome?
Yeah.
Nah, you can get that.
When it's incest.
No, that's
like,
not always incest.
Close family member have a child together.
That's not always the case with Down syndrome. No, no, that's just a birth defect. They call that the double bubble. There's a bubble in the woman. I forget the whole term, but they thought that my son was gonna have. They thought that Noah was gonna be Down syndrome. They had me shook. They took a test and I had to wait like 2 weeks for the results, and I'm like, the whole 2 weeks. I never prayed so hard. Yeah, they had us scared, man, because they brought us into, like, they had us do a checkup. They did all that. Then they had us go to a whole nother facility and brought us into a room and just start questioning us. So, does anybody in your family have autism? Does anybody have this? And we're sitting there like, what's going on? Y'all ain't telling us nothing. You just asking us questions. And then they had some old ass Edomite, old doctor come in. He looked like he came from the ancient days. And he came in and he did, and he was like, well, I can't really determine anything. We just got to do the blood test and this and that and that. So,
Wow.
yeah. And me and my rib ain't brother and sister. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 10. And Abimelech said, what is this thou hast done unto us? One of the people might have lightly have lied with her. With thy wife. Have lied with thy wife. And thou shouldst have brought guiltness upon us. Verse 11. And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, he that touches this people, said, I read that already. He that touches this people, this man or his wife, shall surely be put to death. Verse 12. Then Isaac sowed in thy land, and received it in the same year 100-fold. And the Lord blessed him.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's it. Let's get the next reader up. Any questions before we get the next reader up? All right, what's up next?
Yep. Good old Esau. You said what? Good. You too.
Shabbat Yahawada, Bun Yasharallah.
Amon Izar, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Bun Yasharallah, Men of Israel, Ahmad, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatam.
Yeah, so we're at Genesis 26 and 13.
Genesis chapter 26, verse 13. And the man waxed great and went forward and grew until he became very great. For he had possession of flocks and possession of herds and great store of servants. Mm-hmm. And the Philistines envied him for all the wells which their father's servants had digged in the days of Abraham his father. The Philistines had stopped them and filled them with earth. And
yeah, so out of jealousy, they start blocking up these wells. Mm-hmm. Man, these Philistines, garbage. Go ahead.
And Abimelech said unto Isaac, Go from us, for thou art much mightier than we. And Isaac departed thence, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. And Isaac digged again the wells of water, which they had digged in the days of Abraham his father. For the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham. And he called their names after the names by which his father had called them.
Right.
And Isaac's servants digged in the valley, and found there a well of spring water. And the herdmen of Gerar did strive with Isaac's herdmen, saying, The water is ours. And he called the name of the well Esek, because they strove with him. And they digged another well, and strove for that also. And he called the name of it Sitnah. And he removed from thence, and digged another well. And for that they strove not. And he called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said, for now the Lord had made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. And he went up from thence to Beersheba. And the Lord appeared unto him the same night, and said, I am the power of Abraham thy father. Fear not, for I am with thee, and will bless thee, and multiply thy seed for thy servant Abraham, for my servant Abraham's sake. And he built an altar there, and called upon the name of the Most High, and pitched his tent there. And there Isaac's servants digged a well. And Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Ahuzah, one of his friends, and Pishko, the chief captain of his army. And Isaac said unto them, wherefore come ye to me, seeing ye hate me, and have sent me away from you? And they said, we saw certainly that the Lord was with thee.
Sound just like the nations, right? We start getting blessed. We start coming up. And what they want to do. They want to come and attach themselves and nestle themselves next to the blessing. Just like when you read about Laban. Laban didn't want to let go Jacob. Why? He said, surely I'm blessed because of you. So I'm not trying to let you go. I'm not trying to lose that blessing. Now, think about America. We're the reason why America hasn't been destroyed.
That's right.
We're the blessing in that. We're the blessing in many ways to this wicked ass country. We keep their economy going. We keep their industries going. But then we're also the reason why the place hasn't been destroyed. Remember, hurt not the earth until the servants are sealed. Right? We know that America is going to go up in smoke. This place is going to get wiped out. We're the blessing of the earth. Why the earth hasn't been destroyed and totally wiped out. It's because of us. And wherever we are, wherever there's an Israelite man, there's the possibility of prosperity for those people. If he's doing right, if he's living right, right? But even in our wickedness, think about it. Think about how much the nations have benefited off of us. I'll use something simple like rap music. Just music in general. Remember when rap music wasn't even considered a genre? Remember that? Now hip-hop music is played in every arena. In every arena, every sporting event. If you ever went to a basketball game, football game, baseball game, hockey game, I don't care if you went to the damn lacrosse, you sit inside that stadium. Before the game starts, they bumping Tupac, Biggie, 50 Cent. They bumping all this hip hop. Yeah, you go to weddings. Yeah, they ain't doing like the old, like, what was the dance, the Soul Train line? Right. They doing that, but they got hip hop music going. You know what I'm saying? They got rap music. It doesn't matter what you do. Your local bar mitzvah. That's true. They bumping, or they have some hip hop artist. If you go to Japan and China, hip hop is bigger out there. Rap is bigger out there than it is in America. But, and the reason why I bring that out is because that's something that we started. But the amount of money that is generated from that, I'll call it a craft. I'll call hip hop as a whole and the different elements of hip hop. That's why I didn't say rap, but hip hop. It's a craft. You know, the beatboxing, the dancing, the DJ, the MC. That's a craft. But that craft has generated so much money for so many other people. Think about it. Look at all your record executives. Leor Cohen, Amalek, Tommy Mottola. Who else you got that's big in the music industry that we just we do know. We do know. Who owns Def Jam? Who was the owner of Rick Rubin's a producer, but he produced a lot of that black music. Rick Rubin's a white boy that produced a lot of that black music and made money. Made more money than some of the artists. He was at one time. You're right. He was co-owner of Def Jam with Russell Simmons at one time. You're absolutely right. Yep, they started it. You know, the Interscopes and the Sonys, all these mega Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers houses so many different entities underneath that umbrella.
It's true. Yeah.
From film, TV, music, but a lot of that industry is us. We're the ones that's pushing the rap music. Think about it. We pushed gangster rap. Everybody became a gangster. The industries made money. Then we went to, more. What type of rap is Kanye? He's more like preppy rap at that time. Tight polos and tight pants rap. They benefited off of that. No matter what we do, it doesn't matter what we bring to the table. The nations, they set themselves up to be the beneficiary of what we do. But all you gotta do is go back into history. All we gotta do is read our history and see, like, they've been setting themselves up. They come next to us to be able to leech off the benefit of what we bring to the table, because we are the salt of the earth. We are the greatest people on the earth. I mean, y'all understand that, right? Right. You need help with that. Go ahead, read on.
Genesis chapter 26, verse 28, second precept. And we said, let there be now an oath betwixt us, and even betwixt us and thee, and let us make a covenant with thee, that thou would do us no hurt, as we have not touched thee, and as we have done unto thee nothing but good, and have sent thee away in peace. Thou art now the blessed of the Most High. Mm-hmm. And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink, and they rose up betimes in the morning, and sware one to another. And Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace.
Yeah, they always want to come make these covenants when it's going to be beneficiary to them.
Yeah.
What about a covenant when we didn't have nothing? But now all of a sudden, hey, let's make a covenant. They see us start to rise up. It's no different than the Egyptians. When we were, after this instance, when we get into Egypt, what did the Egyptians say? They said, listen, let's make a covenant with each other because they getting too great. The Israelites, they blowing up. And if they decide to wage a war, we got to be in confederate with one another. We got to be able to team up. So they're always looking for that downfall. They're always looking for some way to catch us, but also how can we benefit off of them? That's our fault, though. That's our fault because we always want to be next to who is leeching off of us. The Bible says know who to do good to, right? It says deal with the godly. But we always want to be just around people for the attention. Oh, well, why are you around them? Oh, they giving me attention. But they also got a handout. They're also there to lay in wait for you to start to fall, and they'll catch you. Because I don't want my blessing. I can't let my blessing drop. Right? I'm going to hold you up a little bit so you can keep being blessed and so I can keep leeching. Yep. We got to be able to spot out that mentality in our own people and in the people that we surround ourselves with outside of our nation. Go ahead.
Verse 32. And it came to pass the same day that Isaac's servants came and told him concerning the well which they had digged, and said unto him, we have found water. And he called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba unto this day. And Esau was 40 years old when he took a wife, Judith, the daughter of Beri, the Hittite.
The what?
The daughter of Beri, the Hittite.
Yeah, he went and got him. He went and got him one of them old, got him some African tail. Went and got him a nice little Hamite. Got him a Hittite. Go ahead.
And Bashemath, the daughter of Elon, the Hittite.
Right.
Which were a grief of mine unto Isaac and to Rebekah.
Yeah, he went and got him two of them. Right? Is that what it's saying? Judith, the daughter of Bera, the Hittite, and Bashemath. Yeah, he went and got him two little Hittites, two little young tenderonis. But it said it was a grief of mine unto Isaac and Rebekah, because even at this time, we knew we wasn't dealing with Ham. Ham, their idolatrous nature, we wasn't dealing with them at all. We wasn't dealing with Ham. We wasn't dealing with Cush. We weren't dealing with, more importantly, Canaan. The descendants of Canaan, they were heavy into idolatry. And we see that Isaac and Rebekah, they didn't like that. Also, think about it. See, Esau being presumptuous. When you read about any other man in the scriptures, how did they go get a wife? Right. What's that? What were you gonna say? They went through their parents, man. When you even when you read about Samson, even Samson with himself running around with harlots and trying to get Philistine women, he still at least went to his parents and was like, "Hey, go get me that woman to wife."
That's true.
He still went through, the standard way of how we did things, the order. And they weren't with it; they did it. But Esau took it upon himself, like, "Oh, but man, the first two little pieces of thing I see, I'm with that." So you brothers out there, that the first chick you see and you just jump in bed with her, you're moving around like an Edomite. You're moving in that Edomite presumptuous. Well, it's there for the taking. Yeah. Because ain't that how Esau moves? It's there, so I might as well have it, right? And they'll justify it. Well, it's free. We only live once. Live life above. Wisdom of Solomon, the 2nd chapter, goes through all that. How they leave tokens and they jump from this to that and drink up all the wine, misuse everything. This was Esau, man. Presumptuous. He didn't have to take a daughter of the Hittites. He could have waited for the order from his father, Isaac. And what would Isaac have done?
Vetted.
He would have just the same thing that was done for Isaac, he would have done for his sons. Isaac's wife was vetted. I like that. She was vetted. It said, "Prove a friend." She was proven.
Yeah.
So Isaac would have sent his son to go get a wife that was proven. You see that? But he went and just dealt with some randoms. That's why when you go into that, huh?
You're right.
Yeah, he just went and dealt with some random, whatever he saw that was suitable. This wasn't suitable. So here goes another character flaw. It's showing you that everything this white man did was wrong. Everything according to a standard. He had zero standard. He'll sleep with anything.
Yeah.
Right? So
every choice was against wisdom.
Basically. Every choice, but it goes back. Now you're understanding. Why did the Most High say not a people?
Yeah. I get it.
Here's another character flaw.
I understand.
Yeah. Yep. Where we at?
Genesis chapter 27, verse 1. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau, his eldest son, and said unto him, My son. And he said unto him, Behold, here am I. And he said, Behold now, I am old. I know not the day of my death.
Mm-hmm.
Now therefore take, I pray thee, thy weapons, thy quiver, and thy bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison, and make me a savory meat, such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that my soul may bless thee before I die. And when Rebekah heard when Isaac spake to Esau his son, and Esau went to the field to hunt for venison, and to bring it. And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, Behold, I have heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, Bring me venison, make me savory meat, that I may eat, and bless thee before the Most High, before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, according to that which I command thee. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, which I will make them say.
You read past.
Okay, what do you do?
I'm number 2 and I'm number 3.
You're number 2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So what's he read to?
Forgive me.
He was reading to verse 5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's all good.
Number 2.
Okay.
You
Sorry.
through already?
Mm-hmm.
You through?
Yep.
You might as well be the second reader.
Get the whole down?
You might as well be the second reader. You want to be first? You know I got a lot to say.
Why you always got a lot to say on the first reading?
That's
what I'm trying to find out.
That's where all the points be at.
Okay. Stop it. Get
another reading.
Hey, I'm just having this reading. Look at 3 hours, man.
Wow. You know Judah can't tell time his roundup. You rounding up everything. God,
It's all good though.
William, Sabbath Shalom, Yahweh, Pun Yasharala.
William, Shabbat Shalom, Yehoda, Bun Yasharala, Men of Israel, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatah. Oh. Wow.
I guess left off at verse 9. 10. So you'll start at 10, right?
The 27 again?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Come.
Genesis chapter 27, verse 10. Thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, that he may bless thee before his death. Jacob said to Rebekah, his mother, Behold, Esau, my brother, is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man.
Tell right there.
Yep.
Because I seen an Edomite come about a month ago when I come to a Sabbath class. He had his shirt off. He had hair from his shoulder, stomach, all the way down his waist to his back, all the way down his waist, and his arm.
Yeah. Like when the beard connects to the chest hairs, that's real.
I was telling somebody about it this morning.
Where somebody like, just sprinkled you with feathers.
Yeah.
That's Esau, man. Imagine the first Edomite. Imagine this dude. And you get it when he put on goat skin, goat hair. Y'all ever felt goat hair?
I've seen him go.
Yeah, goat hair is like real coarse and is rough. It's
Rougher than sheep hair.
oh hell yeah. Goat hair is like pointy almost at the ends. It's the closest thing would be like a short-haired dog, but the goat hair is a lot more rough and dry. You never felt a goat?
I remember my neighbor had a goat.
You just ate it?
No. My neighbor had a goat when I was young. He used to eat all our clothes off the clothes now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, goats will eat. They'll eat anything if you let them. If you ain't feeding them, they'll eat whatever they could get their hands on. We used to be in Jamaica. We used to see the goats. They be eating metal, eating tin, plastic. But them goats weren't fed. They were just wild. They were just wild goats. But you get the picture is painted when they have to throw on sheepskin, goat skin, and it passed for a person. So think about it. Think about this though. I want you to think about something. There's a smell when you slaughter an animal.
Like what kind of smell?
Huh?
I ain't never slaughtered no animal.
The smell of death and feces and urine. What did he smell like? What did he smell like if his father was like, "Is that thou Esau?" And he was like,
wet dog.
"Yeah, that's you." Think about that. Just think about it. The smells were in the room. The only thing they said Isaac couldn't see. They said he couldn't smell.
God.
What was he smelling like? Just on a day to day.
Bigfoot.
Ugh.
Smell like roadkill.
He smelled like the world. The world, Craig.
Oh, I know what he smelled like. Anybody ever made fish and took like the skin of the fish off and threw it in the trash can and like you didn't take the trash out, so that like the skin from the fish was in the trash. So you bagged it up. Nobody.
Only you, bro.
That what?
Nah, I made salmon and taken the skin off the salmon, and I I'll take the
It's a
skin,
party foul.
throw it in the trash, but the trash didn't go out that day, and that smell, it's like it's a terrible scent.
It'll reek that house.
Yeah, it'll reek the house. So like that's what I think he smelled like, because why? That's flesh. That's flesh that's decaying. You know what I'm saying? So
I know when they come like being the rain and stuff. and
Yeah,
come
they
out
got
the
that.
rain, they smell just like a wet dog.
They got that wet dog penny. It smell like a bunch of pennies. They smell like
I never smelled the penny.
Esau has like a weird metallic smell.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know when you deal. Listen, when you deal with them in the mall and you got to put oils on them and you get close to them,
Yeah.
you get a lot of different stench,
Yeah.
and the majority of them smell the same, like mayonnaise. They smell like Miracle Whip. That's just been sitting out. Yeah, they smell like pennies and bologna. Ugh.
Damn.
They like literally smell like what they eat. They eat all them cold cuts and meat. They smell, it seeps through there. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, it's funny.
Listen, man, let's stop talking bad about the white man. Let's read.
You put the oil on them, and then you smell it. You're like, woo! But you really don't smell how good the oil smells.
I got the greatest story ever on that. I can't even go into that right now, but the greatest story ever on that happened to me in Colorado. And all I'm gonna say is, if anybody ever smelled Jovan Musk, you remember Jovan Musk? And the oil is literally the sharpest oil you'll ever smell. I ain't gonna tell the story, but yeah. Dealing with Esau, you put them oils on them, you don't want to smell that, because they don't always smell good. The oils don't always agree with them.
No.
You better off putting it on their shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and smell it.
Nice.
When it hits their skin, he's against nature.
Con.
You can't just put oils on dirt. I mean, you gotta shower.
Yeah.
You gotta shower first and then throw oils on.
Yeah, Esau's not really big into the showering.
No, they'll tell you. Listen, I've been reading up on this. This Edomite said for 5 years he was doing, because the whole COVID thing and bacteria. They say that you have good bacteria on your skin, and the amount that we shower, we wash off that good bacteria, right? So Esau was like, basically, you don't need to use soap ever. I was like, ever? I'm like, I was like, ever? Like, he's like, you never need soap.
Was this the mall?
No, I was reading an article.
Oh, okay.
I've been doing some research. I was doing some research on some stuff. But they were talking, like, Esau's on this whole, like, no soap push. And I'm like, okay, ever? For no body parts? They're like, nah. The body basically needs to have that bacteria on it. And that's what keeps the diseases away. But I'm like, you got to at least, like, the secret parts got to be soaked down. The secret parts got to at least be, they're just like, no, water is good enough. But then this is the thing, when you just wash your body with water, your body accumulates just a bunch of oil. So now your skin is real. You ever play ball with an Edomite?
Mm-hmm.
And when you touch his skin, and it's slippery.
Yeah.
Because they got this mucusy, right? It goes into that whole mucusless diet.
Yeah.
But they got this mucus membrane on them when they don't be showering. And when you touch them, it gives, the bacteria mixed with the sweat, it gives off the smell. But then that slippery on their skin is because they don't shower with the consistency that's needed to maintain a good balance. You don't need to use a bunch of antibacterials because that kills all bacteria, good and bad.
Yeah.
But you do need to wash your ass with some soap daily. Daily, you got to, because you using the bathroom daily, right? Waste is waste. Feces is waste, and there's not enough napkins and wet wipes to wipe that up and keep that clean. You got to dip in there and just let the water caress your body. But Esau's not about that.
Yeah.
They would roll around with the matted hair. You ever see like matted Edomite hair? It's just but it's greasy. It has a level of grease.
Like
Huh?
dog, like
But it looks like dirt clumped up.
Yep.
But they're telling you got these people that's like not showering for 5 years.
They have to be like a shaggy dog, not a shaggy dog when they shed. They
Yeah,
have to be stuck together.
it's called mat. That's what it's called, mat.
I saw this video because you know how you said that they like they don't shower, they just do it with water.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I saw this video on this family, this Edomite family, and the mom is like so cheap. She makes
Everybody bathe in the same water.
bathe and runs the bath.
Yeah.
And then
I
they
seen
all
that.
bathe in that.
In that same bath water. I seen that. It's some hick family out in the sticks. They all bathe in the same bath water. That's
That's like a 13 tribe.
was that like hoarders?
No, it's,
It wasn't hoarders. It was
cheap.
something on
It's
A.
cheap because she's trying to save
Like
the
cheap
water.
right. It was like something with cheap families or something. Yeah, they all like a family of 6 would just be bathing in their own dirt.
I'm
Now-
the first.
Hell yeah, I'm the first. But I'm not doing that. That's disgusting. Water is cheap. Water don't cost that much when you do it by the gallon. But that's what Esau's on. Like for economics, we just gonna bathe in our own dirt. Remember, there was a time when they didn't even bathe. They would do something.
Used to be the thing. They would just cover with perfume.
Yeah, and before that, before perfume was invented, they would just ventilate themselves they'll stand in their little window, their little open French doors, and they would just let the wind blow through them. Come on, there's books talking about how they wear the same drawers till they disintegrated off of them.
Yeah, in the 13th tribe.
13 tribe, right? Arthur
They
Koestler.
talk about like how the family, the husband will take the bowl of water, wash his face, like
Blow his nose,
spit into
gargle it.
pass it to the mom, I guess, and then the mom did it, and the mom, they all did it with the same bowl of water down to the kids.
13th Warrior is a movie.
Nah, the 13th tribe of Arthur
Yeah,
Koestler.
It's a book.
I read the book, but 13th Warrior with Antero Medeiros,
Uh huh.
same thing.
Oh,
They show you-
okay.
They show you how they do it.
How they do it.
Yeah, they'll shoot snot in there,
Ugh.
do everything, and then pass it right next to the next person. Just
You know, like what blows my mind is how they shower without a bath rag. How you not use a rag when you bathe? You just put straight soap in hand. You don't really get clean like that. Like the rag can like wipe off some of the dirt.
Yeah, the wipe is.
Yeah, the rag is it acts as a astringent against getting off some of that dirt. I mean, some people be real dirty.
I know actually Edomite, he was cool with me, but he had like friends in Ohio he would go visit, and he said that's how they bathe, and he was like, how y'all take a bath without no rag?
Bruh. A soap and a rag is the standard. That's how I've always been taught.
That raw bar of soap.
That raw soap. So that means when you gotta get the crease,
Face.
you put that bar of soap right in the crease and just go up and down.
He was laughing. He was like, man, they had hairs all over.
Ah!
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. Because what about when somebody else comes to your shower?
Ugh.
You know what I'm saying? You're like
Pubic hairs in the bar of soap. Pubic hairs in the zest, huh?
You gotta wear it down before you use it, because it just dries up.
Yeah.
Lather it up a little
You gotta
bit,
lather it
rinse
down, let it hit in the water and get off some of a layer.
Yeah.
That's filthy, man.
situation.
But think about it. Even bathing is like a perverse thing for the white man. Even bathing was something that we had to show them how to do.
That's true.
Let us show you how to bathe properly, so that way when you do let the water touch your skin, it's not a waste because you're coming out still stinking. Let us show you how to cook your meat, cook your food. Let us show you how to perform the right way to do agriculture, how to hunt, how to use. Think about it, Gad, they would use the entirety of a buffalo. They would use everything. They would make oil out of the damn fat. They would use everything on that buffalo. Nothing went to waste. Make clothes, shelter, food, and other little miscellaneous things they would use from just one buffalo. It never went to waste. But look at Esau. They taught the world how to go hunt sharks, cut off the top, the dorsal fin, bow, and then throw the shark back into the ocean. Yeah, because they want to make sharp. There's a soup that they make. There's a soup that they make, and they use only the dorsal fin. They chop off that dorsal fin. A shark is useless without that. It's dead, basically. It bleeds out. They show you how to waste everything and then just disregard and then wonder why we in a famine. Wonder why the earth is destroyed, why the ecosystem is, but it says the earth is defiled by the inhabitants thereof. What's that, Abadai?
In school, I think it was a long time ago that I learned, because we were learning about the Indian tribes, how they would use all of
the animals,
all of the buffalo. They would use all of it, and there was a whole bunch of buffaloes in the area, and the white man came through, I think by train, like they would build their railroads and they would come by trains and just kill them.
Yeah, they
wouldn't even use it. They would just kill it.
Yeah, that was one of their ways of destroying Gad and those native tribes was, you starve them. Reuben, you cut off the food supply, you cut off the food source. Who can fight a war hungry? But guess what? We still went to war, and we got slaughtered. But half those wars were us being diseased, us being hungry. We was fighting wars and famines against Esau. They knew how to, that goes back to old time war. What do? You garrison a city, stop water and food from flowing in. You go in. By the time you go in there a month later, shit, they ready to go be captives. They want something to eat. They're too weak to fight. So, those are those war tactics that they took from ancient times. But yeah, there's a photo when they were sitting on top of all them buffalo. They just hunted them and just mounted them all up, mountain high, of all those buffalo. Why? To starve out Gad, starve out Reuben, so they can take them over a lot easier. But that's the white man, wasteful. He is the epitome of the child of the world. Yeah. He's a big kid. So, go ahead, read on.
Verse 12. My father, peradventure, will fill me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall not, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing.
He said gym socks. Damn.
And his mother said unto him, upon me be thy curse, my son. Only obey my voice and go fetch me them. And he went and fetched and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob, her youngest son. She put the skins of the kids of the goat upon his hands, and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat and bread, which she prepared into the hands of her son Jacob.
Cause you know what's funny? You know what goat actually smells like? Now that we think about it, what were we talking about the other day? What does goat smell like? He ain't paying attention. Goat smells like.
Oh, go ahead.
Goat smells like pee.
Oh yeah, you were saying that earlier.
No, goats smell like pee. I eat enough goat to know, but goats smell like urine. What do we do?
No, not him. I'm just talking about just reading. We're reading first Esdras. Wait, that fast. All this.
So let's fix it real quick. We're second Esdras what?
Chapter 1.
Yeah, he was supposed to keep track of that. But no, we already read 1 and 2, right?
We read 1.
Oh, so let's do chapter 2.
You do 2 chapters.
We can do 2. That's fine. Bro, is it really 2 o'clock?
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. The time be flying.
No, you did have up there too long.
Oh my God. Blame Power One, bro. Blame Power One. He was doing most of the talking.
No, it's fine.
No, I'm just like the time.
Sun almost down.
Yeah, bro. Sabbath's almost. No, it's not. Keep you out here till 8. But that's what goat. I mean, anybody that ever ate goats smell like,
goat?
huh?
You can eat goat?
Yeah,
It's,
it's lawful.
rough, ain't it?
What you mean?
Like,
Oh, well, you gotta cook it right. You gotta Dutch pot that thing, steam crock pot. We call it a Dutch pot, where it's a pressure cooker.
I thought they'd be like kind of hard, rough to eat.
It's not as bad as you think. It's actually tender. Oxtail is more rougher than goat.
I figure.
It is.
You must don't know how to cook.
No. Oxtail, you gotta cook a longer process.
Oh, yeah. No,
Goat,
yeah.
curry goat don't take the same process that it does for oxtail, but you do want to cook it down. It's a gamey meat, but no, it's lawful. They chew the cud. They're cloven footed. Yeah.
When them oxtails get done, they fall right off the bone.
That depending on how you cook them. I've had some oxtails that stay on that bone, and your teeth will come out. Oxtails be stuck to the bone because they wasn't cooked right.
You must cook them about 1 hour then.
That's what I'm saying. You got to do oxtails for.
At least about 3 hours. Get them right.
That's if you're doing crock pot. If you're doing a pressure cooker, you can do them in an hour.
You don't like them in the oven?
Nah, bruh. We talking about the wrong thing right now. You trying to get me hungry? Nah, I don't do oven. I do pot.
Vegetables in.
Look at this guy.
Just sit back and watch it cook.
Right? So Esau was definitely not going to do that because he would have ate those raw. It would have took too long. Right? But that's what goats smell like the goats smell like pee. I just thought about that.
Yeah, I think I see it.
Yeah, they got a pee smell. I mean, even when you cook it with the curry and do all that, it's still got a urine smell. So that's when he walked up in Jacob smelling like pee. And with Isaac, and Isaac was like, yeah, that's Esau. That's wild. I mean, think about that. I know we're making a little joke and laughing, but think about that. He walked in with goat on his neck and his arm, smelling like death and pee, and then he was accepted.
Got that birthright.
That's what I'm saying. So what was the first Edomite smelling like? So the different manner. Remember, what are we into? We into keeping it clean and smells, frankincense, myrrh, right? Cinnamon. We always over deodorizing, right? Deodorant clumps under the arm.
Yeah.
Brother's trying to stay fresh. Wife beat her with a deodorant clump. That's how you know you in the hood, right? This little balls of deodorant, right?
Like the real Africans though, they don't use soap either. That's what he got to do.
He said the real Africans.
I was like medical transportation. I got in the car with an African.
Yeah.
It's about 90 degrees outside. He got the windows rolled up.
And he took it because he tried to take it back to the safari.
God. You can smell his body odor.
Yeah.
I said, man, if you don't let these windows down,
God. Because ham, they're not into deodorant, and I get it because of all the unnatural products in deodorant. But you can still go a natural way with deodorant. You can use charcoal, little baking powder, little oil. Yeah, some people's chemistry is just different, but your chemistry is determined on what you eat. Your body rips through your pH. You said what? Yeah, Ishmael's on just throwing on oils right here on the neck, but it's like, what about the rest of your body? It's called body odor. B-O, not just underarm odor. So you got people that their body stinks. Their arms stink. But my arms smell good. A little vanilla, a little UG, right? Some people got stronger body odors.
They can shower, can go outside, and you can
smell them. But imagine what Esau was walking around smelling like if he was able to pass for a goat. I mean, there goes another characteristic. All that nasty hair had him just smelling rough, like the foliage. Read on.
Verse 18.
Uh-huh.
And he came unto his father and said, My father. And he said, Here I am, here am I.
Mm-hmm.
Who art thou, my son?
Mm-hmm.
And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau, thy firstborn. I have done according as thou badest me. Arise, I pray thee, sit and eat my venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac said unto his son, How is it that thou hast found it so quickly, my son?
A cunning hunter.
And he said, Because the Most High thy power brought it to me. And Isaac said unto Jacob, Come near, I pray thee, that I may feel thee, my son, whether thou be my very son Esau or not. And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father, and he felt him, and said, The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. And he said, Art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said unto him, Come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near, and he kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his raiment. And he blessed him, and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of the field.
Ooh!
It was the most
Ooh!
I had blessed.
Ooh! Ooh! Like, like when you cut like listen, Benjamite mothers, when you walk in the house, your mom will tell you, she'd be like, Go bathe, because you smell like outside.
Con?
They straight up tell you, like, you smell like outdoors. Go bathe.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you smell like the outside. So again, he smelled them and was like, Yeah, you smell like the field, my son.
Smell like golden outside.
So like you was out there putting in that work. What did he smell like though?
Was Isaac blind? You couldn't see him?
Yeah, his vision was dimming at this time. When you read 27, it said 27 and 1, and Isaac, and it came to pass that when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see. So he couldn't see, he lost his sight. So he had to go on his other senses: touch, smell, hearing. He called Esau his eldest son. So yeah, he was up in age, eyes dimmed out. So it does happen. It does happen to righteous men. Lost his sight, unfortunately. So he had to go off of smell and touch. That's why they were able to. That's why Jacob was able to usurp the birthright, because all he had to do was just throw on some dead goat, roll around in the mud, and just be Esau. Dang, that's wild. Go ahead. Where we at? Read that part again where you said you smell like the earth, the field. Where you at?
Verse 27.
Uh-huh.
And he smelled him, the
Ugh.
smell of his raiment,
Ugh.
and blessed him. And said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of the field, which the Most High had blessed.
Dang.
Therefore God give thee of the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's son bow down to thee. Cursed be everyone that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, Let my father arise and eat of his son's venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac his father said unto him, Who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau.
If y'all ever get a chance, you got to listen to this story in the Bible app. In a Bible app, because it brings out the emotion. And they literally got Esau there crying. yelling and screaming like a big kid. I love it. This is one of my favorite stories to listen to. Because he's literally sitting there like, bless me. What about me? Like crying about missing out on his blessing. Go ahead.
And Isaac trembled very exceedingly and said, Who? Where is he that hath taken venison and brought it to me? And I have eaten of all before thou camest, and have blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed.
Yeah, so that blessing wasn't going to be reversed. That was put on him. That had to stand. Is that it?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's it. All right, let's get the next reader up.
Ready? You want to read?
I have a question about this part right here.
What's that?
So, even though he had already sold his birthright, was this necessary for the Most High to put all this in motion so he could actually receive the blessing?
Yeah, they had to be blessed by the Father. When you look at how we did that, that had to be done by the Father. So yeah, that did all have to be put in motion. Because truthfully, was Esau? When you read the story, why was he so upset that he didn't get the blessing? Because he really did not. He lied to Jacob. He really wasn't going to give him the birthright. He just said that to get some food. But can he really just give up his birthright like that? He despised it, but when it came down to it, he would have stood right in front of Isaac if he had the opportunity, because that's what he was doing, to be blessed, right? So, yes, all that had to be put in motion so that Isaac can get the blessing, that Jacob could get the blessing from Isaac directly. And you see, he said it. He said, verse 33, and Isaac trembled very exceedingly and said, Who? Where is he that hath taken venison and brought it to me? And I have eaten all before thou camest, and I have blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed. So that was letting you know that there was no reversal. There was no take back. So all that had to be put in motion so Isaac can, do that blessing. Just like when Jacob blessed Manasseh and Ephraim. Right, and then Joseph was like, nah, and he switched his hands and he was like, nope. He knew it. He put the blessing on the younger, right? The blessing on the firstborn, he put it on the younger. That couldn't be changed. That's what he wanted to do. That was what the Most High wanted. You see that? But that's how we did that. So no one could change that once that was given. But yes, it all had to be enacted and all done in that way. Esau wasn't going to give that up. Think about it. Just think about it. If you vote for me, I'll take care of the black community. Need I say more? Vote for the Democrats, we'll take care of you. Right? No, vote for Republicans. We need the black vote. We'll take care of you. We ain't been taken care of ever. Right? Because Esau be lying. It tells you the wicked is a strain for the room. He comes out lying. He comes out and he speaketh lies. Esau, that's what he was about, man. He wasn't going to uphold you can have my birthright for a pot of soup. He would have went right to his father like, bless me, because that's what he did.
This is the power that was on our people, too. Remember when Yahweh told Peter, he said, whatever you bind on earth, I'll bind in heaven. Whatever you loose on earth, I'll loose in heaven. Right? So when a man blessed his sons, or when a man gave prophecy concerning his sons and how they was going to be in the last days, like when you read in Genesis 49, right? This stuck. This followed you. This went with you because the Most High was with what that man said. Whatever that man had said on earth, the Most High was holding it true in the heavens. You understand? So everything that followed, when you spoke back then, you weren't just talking to hear yourself talk like people do now. You know what I mean? when people talk back then, it had weight, it had validity to it because the Most High was with their words. You know, so that's why you had to watch what oaths you spoke. That's why you had to watch, you know, like the man in Judges. Well, the first thing that greets me at the door, I'll sacrifice. To the Most High.
Yep. His daughter.
Has to be his daughter. You held to your word. You understand? So everything back then and even now, even though now we don't put as much value on it, it still holds the same weight.
Every idle word. That's why he said in Ecclesiastes 5, say not thou before the angel. Basically, I didn't mean to say that. Right. Your hand, the works of your hands. It's like, and it's not just with blessings. It's also with cursings. Remember when David cursed? He cursed Abner. Right? He said, let it not fall from Abner that someone in his house. He said, lean up on a staff.
Yep.
Beg bread. Crook back. Die of the sword. He cursed his household, and it happened. Cursed his whole line. So the blessings were real. The cursings were real also. It's funny. I was watching a video. Brothers were street speaking, and they had the Edomite in front of them. They was like, "Let's curse him," and they just start going. Bro, they started praying on Esau. I was like, "Damn, brothers is really out here just cursing the white man like he ain't already cursed." Like he ain't already a vagabond in the earth. They just start cursing this brother. I was like, yeah, but those words hold weight.
Damn, bro.
Let's go with let your yea be yea and your nay be nay.
Yeah, because it goes right back to what he was bringing out about what's loosed in heaven and what's loosed on earth, bound in heaven, and so on and so forth. Yeah, if you say it, then do it. So if he's given the blessing, think about it. When Jacob brought his 12 sons and said, look, come sit around, let me tell you what's going to befall y'all at the end days.
Came true.
Ain't it happening? Yeah, he let his yea be nay and his yea be yea and his nay be nay. It happened.
You gotta watch out with the power of faith, man, because Christ said it too. He said, whatever you say, whatever you ask on earth, believing, you shall receive. He wasn't lying to you.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know if y'all have ever prayed in faith, man. Like really prayed in faith, but it works. You understand? There's a power to it. And if you're just praying like, you know, when you get on your knees and you're just repeating something, or, you know what I mean? If you're just tempting the Most High, man, to kill you, then you might as well not even do it. Because when you get down there and that fervent, effectual prayer, when you're really concentrating on something, that's what Esau calls it, the power of concentration, right? And you can concentrate on something so hard that it actually affects that thing. That's the power of prayer. That's what they're trying to move you away from praying to the Most High and concentrating on that real power and using your own personal so-called power. But the power of prayer is real, man. So when you talk, you got to be careful, especially as men of the Most High. You got to be careful the things you say. You got to be careful when, you know, you flip somebody off in traffic, you curse somebody out or whatever, you know what I mean, just because they cut you off. Do you really want that for that person because they cut you off in traffic? You know what I mean? Because we're not praying to a genie. We're not sending up words to the air. The Most High got angels reporting what you said to him.
Yep.
And if it's within his will, he'll make it happen. Yep. You understand? I remember a sister way back, she was pregnant, and she went to the doctor, and the doctor told her, you know, your baby might be deformed and this and this and that. And I told her in faith, I said, your baby's fine. I said, stop listening to the stupid doctors. They don't know what's going on inside your body. I said, your baby's fine. You know what I mean? And you know, she had more faith in what I was saying than she was listening to the doctors, but every time she would go through almost the whole pregnancy, they told her baby was deformed. You know what I mean? And when she finally ended up having her babies, it turned out the doctors were seeing a deformed baby, but she was having twins. So the Spirit had told me what to tell her. You understand? In faith. You know what I mean? But that faith that she had passed down to her kids. Then you got sisters, you know, you tell them, hey, listen, the reason you ain't having no kids, you ain't humble down to your man yet. You ain't humble to your man yet. You telling them that in faith and they're not understanding, and they keep going with I'm the man of the house, you know what I mean? I got the balls in the family.
Ooh.
And then they're buried the whole time.
Ain't no sisters acting like that.
You know what I mean?
No, ain't no sisters doing that.
And then they finally lock in and say, you know what, let me humble down. Let me do what the man of the Most High said.
Cunning.
And then so you know they popping out kids.
Yep.
That's not coincidence. That's because the Most High is with those words of that man. And just like when Jacob sat down with the 12 tribes, he was telling them in faith. You understand? When we read Hebrews 11:3, it tells you by faith we believe that the words were framed by the word of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
We believe these words in this book. We fervently believe in those words. That's why nothing else matters. No matter what else Esau says matters. Because we believe the words of this book. If all you're doing is coming to class, that's not a fervent belief. You just coming to class. But if you actually concentrate and have faith on this book, these words will come to life for you. You see that? So when Esau came to Isaac, and Isaac was like, I already gave away your blessing.
Yeah, he did.
I gave it to your brother. You should have came on time. You shouldn't have been on this matter of convenience, and I'm gonna do everything fast food like, and when it's convenient for me, you should have came and did what I told you to do on the time I told you to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's Esau's mentality, right? Fast food everything, microwave everything, right? Give up everything for nothing. Like I'm gonna microwave my food. I'm gonna put my food in radiation, so it can get done when I want it, instead of just waiting for it to cook like normal.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
So going back to what you said, could you say that the Most High made this manifest because of what He said?
I did make that happen. When I told you if you do this, the Most High is not going to be with it, and it's going to fail, and you might get hurt doing it, and then you went and did it, and you got hurt. Yeah, I did put that curse on what you were doing, because if you weren't doing my will, you weren't doing the Most High's will, and so something bad should happen. You know what I mean? So yeah, you know, when your rib accuses you of that, she's right. You did put a curse on that. You understand? When your kids, you made it, if it wouldn't have happened if you wouldn't have said that, you're right. You're absolutely right. Because the Most High is with me, so do what I say. You understand? We gotta understand the power that comes in the tongue. The Most High didn't write these words idly. He didn't just write it to say it. All this stuff is real. The power of the tongue, the power of prayer, all that is real, man.
Life and death in the power of the tongue.
God, when you tell your woman, you be out, you understand? Whatever they called that animal, that was that animal's name forever. Why? Because he spoke.
That's why we say be careful with like Hebrew names. That's why we're so careful with that. You put a name on a brother, he could either be it or he could like Nabal.
Yeah, you can't just pick a damn name out of a hat.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
because you got to be that. You'll end up being that or being the opposite of that.
Oh, I want to be like Allah. Really? You want to be
God.
he who is like God?
Yeah.
What think about, okay, there's positive to that. It sounds all good. It sounds all righteous and powerful.
Powerful, yep.
But what is the other aspect of the Most High? Does he not make good and create evil?
Yep.
Can you not end up being like the Most High in complete evil?
God.
Hell yeah.
Pride. You be prideful as hell.
You know what I mean?
I'm
You
like
better
God.
make sure you know what that name means.
Yep.
Before you put it on yourself. The Most High gave it to an angel for a reason. Because that angel commands good and evil. You understand? That angel, Michael didn't just come down and just be like, the harps were playing and everything glowed and no, Michael used to come down and destroy whole nations.
Yep.
He used to show up and give people plagues. You would get a plague from him showing up.
Ask David. Ask David. Yep.
You gotta think about these things, man. You look at somebody that got COVID and you're like, I'm gonna stay away from them, let me wear a mask, right? But praying to Michael to come down? And you show up and your ass get a plague and die, your skin rot off, you get hemorrhoids, cancer, hemorrhoids, just from him showing up. That's how much radiation is coming off of Michael the Archangel. Wow. And niggas want to try to conjure him into their house because they read the book of Enoch.
God, it's true.
Like, you got to remember what these names mean.
True.
They're the positive and the negative of whatever word they're saying. What's that? What you got?
Oh, about the blessing.
God.
Oh, I can get up. Hebrews chapter 12, verse 17. For ye know how that afterwards, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected. For he found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears.
Talking about Esau.
God.
Yep.
Right. He was crying after this. Why? Because he knew the power of those words. He knew the power of a man of the Most High's words. If that man blessed you, you were blessed. If he cursed you, you was cursed.
Yep.
You understand? Look at Balaam. All he was a diviner. He wasn't even a prophet. But the Most High was with his words. You understand? So if he went and blessed Israel, it was blessed. And if he turned around and cursed you, he was cursed. That power is still in every Hebrew Israelite man today, man. Why you think the world's so messed up? Niggas don't watch what they say. So true. Those words are still true, man. Why you think we tell y'all don't be messing with Ouija boards and stuff like that? Those words will create that power. You will literally create with words. What you think abracadabra means? I speak and I create. I create what I speak. Sorry.
Con.
Didn't know that. Yeah. Those words got power. That's why Esau tell you when you're writing words, they don't call it writing, they call it spelling. You're doing things that people that have power in the tongue do. Witches, warlocks, all that stuff, they do that with what? The power of the tongue. God? God. But the Most High gave you that power. You don't gotta put on a witch's hat and do all that madness. All you gotta do is speak the right or the wrong words. And you can mess somebody's life up, man. Or you can bless their life. You understand? And if you don't believe it, if you just saying any idle word, then go ahead and test it. Keep watching the Most High mess your life up because you ain't watching what you're doing with your mouth. That's why we tell brothers, stop trying to act like you're all teachers. You know what I mean? Niggas get on YouTube for 5 minutes and act like they teachers all of a sudden. You better watch the words that are coming out of your mouth, man. Because when we get up there, we blessing and we're cursing. And that's real. When we're telling you about yourself and we're giving you words of wisdom and telling you, listen, do this and this will change your life. This will change your spirit. We're actually speaking those things into existence. It's real. It's not just us going up there and repeating stuff that we read somewhere. Yeah. This is real for us. And we're speaking things into your life. When we get up and do the prayers at the end of class, we're not just nah. We're speaking things into each and every one of y'all life. Into our own life. You understand? That's why Christ said that. Don't get up there with no vain repetition like the heathens. Because he's listening. And he's going to honor what you say. If you're a wicked ass woman and you up there and you had a little spat with your husband and you setting up prayers and you get it in your head like, I'm going to curse him, he's listening. And you can't figure out what's wrong with my household. Well, you curse your man. If one build up and the other tear down, what profit do they have to labor? Why can't we get anywhere? Because you keep cursing your husband. Y'all see that? And the Most High is listening. Your words got power. Oh, why? How come I can't get? How come I can't get anywhere in life? Because you keep cursing your own works. Why don't you say positivity and speak positivity into your life? Where do you think Esau get that from? oh, speak positivity, do all this stuff like that, the secret and all that stuff like that. They got that because there's power in the tongue.
It's called, what do they say? It's saying for it. Something like that. The Bible says a man thinks, so is he, but it's something, what is it?
Positive projection.
Yeah, like what you put,
I know what you're saying.
Manifest or speak it into.
speak things into existence.
Yeah, manifesting. That's what it is.
Yeah.
If you don't know the power of words, man, find out what jurisdiction means. Find out why it's called a dictionary. Find out what these words mean, man. You know what I mean? Because Esau knows there's power in the tongue. That's why they say, I have jurisdiction somewhere. What does that mean? That means I have power by my words. You understand? My words have power in this area. Jurisdiction means addiction has to do with what you say. Juris meaning power. You understand that? So when they tell you, oh, I got jurisdiction over you, you better tell them, no, you don't. Because your words don't have no power over you. That's why they ask you if you understand something. They want you to put yourself under their authority. Stand under them. See, their words, they know have power. So they ask you all those questions. How are you doing? All that stuff gives them jurisdiction over you. Power by their word over you. You understand? We sit around, floating around, acting like, oh, I'm just talking. Maybe you better stop just talking. Because the Most High is listening. You're a man of the Most High. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Like I always bring up that story up, when the cops had me headed up 20 deep on that corner, and all I had to say was, Christ is watching everything y'all doing. And they all stopped, and he was like, what? Flexing on me all hard. I said, Jesus Christ is watching everything you're doing. Everybody shut down. The whole block shut down. They had to let me go. Because they're under the authority of Christ. All the demons, all powers on this earth are under the authority of Christ.
Come.
And when you speak that word, I don't care if you speak it in English or Hindu, if you speak Christ's name, it's going to have authority over all powers. He said it in the book. If you don't believe it, it's because you ain't used it. Y'all understand? If you're not believing them, when I speak things, they're going to have power, it's because you don't believe in this book. You don't believe the word of the Most High. But how did he create the whole universe?
Through his word.
As you know it, right?
Through words.
Universe, one word. That's what that means. That's why they named it that. Because it was all created off the one word of the Most High. Y'all got to break down these words, man. Find out what they mean. Find out the words that are coming out of your own mouth. Find out what they mean, how much power they got, man.
Mortgage.
Huh?
Like mortgage.
Mortgage.
Life sentence.
Anything with M-O-R-T.
Mortuary. Death. Yep. It's a death sentence.
Yeah. So what is your mortgage? You gonna pay that till you die.
Till you die. Yeah.
That's what it's meant to do. Y'all see that? Yeah,
So,
that's why you gotta start dealing, you gotta start learning about rodeo titles and all that stuff like that, because you're dealing with mortgages and you already sentencing yourself to death.
Have another precept.
Yeah.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 4. In the power. The power of the earth is in the hands of the Lord. And in due time, he will set over it one that is profitable.
See, y'all gotta watch the words coming out of y'all mouth. I named my son Benaiah, right? My son's name means God has built. And sure enough, over the course of my son's life, the Most High tore my body down to where I can't even hardly raise my son. But he's still coming to class. He still knows how to read. He still knows about seeking the Most High and everything he does. The Most High built him. I can't even take credit for him. You understand? Because the Most High moved my ass out the way. So all the wisdom that, y'all thinking, damn, he's lucky he gets to live with the priests and that's his dad. I ain't had no part in him, man. The Most High built him. You understand? I can't even take credit for that. Y'all gotta watch the power of the words that come out of your mouth.
Have another precept.
Bring it up.
Ecclesiastes.
We have that power in our own tongues, man. The Most High did not lie to us when He said that. So when we could go back old school and still sit our kids down and say, listen, this is how you're gonna be, and that'll be how they be. You put a name on them, that'll be how they are. You understand?
God.
Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 18, verse 1. He that liveth forever created all things in general. Verse 2. The Lord only is righteous, and there is none other but He.
God.
Verse 3. Who governs the world with the palm of His hand, and all things obey His will.
All things obey His will. They obey His voice, man.
For He is the King of all. By His power divide holy things from among profane. Verse 4. To whom has He given power to declare His works, and who shall find out His noble act?
Now think about that. That's a question. Who did He give power to declare His works?
His men.
White man?
Nope.
His men.
Israel. Romans 3, bro. He gave that to Israel only.
Oh, okay.
Israel's the one that to them pertained the adoption, the commandments, the giving of the law. He gave it to us to declare His works. But what do we want to talk about? Sports? Wow. You know what I mean? What's the words that's coming out of our mouth, man, that we're giving power to?
I don't want to talk about that.
Nike. You know, that's why He said, don't let the names of no strange gods come out of your mouth. You know what I mean? Oh, I got the new Nikes. You got the new goddess of victory from Greece. That's the words that are coming out of your mouth. That's what you're giving honor to. How often does the word Yahweh come out of your mouth in the course of a day? Or how often does the word shit come out of your mouth in the course of a day? So which one are you giving power to in the earth? You know what I mean? When you go outside in Texas and you wonder, hey, how come it always smell like outside?
Like dung?
Well, because you keep saying it.
Yep.
Because every one of our people, that's the first word they want to have come out of their mouth. How often does roses and Yahweh and goodness come out of your mouth? So you're polluting the air with your own words.
God.
Remember, He said it in Proverbs, man, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he.
Yep.
God?
God.
So when you're wondering, like, did this have to be done? Yes, it did. You had to sit down with your kids and tell them their blessings. You had to sit down with your kids and tell them what was going to be wrong with them or right with them, so they knew what to look out for because it was real.
Yep.
Spirit was telling that child about themselves at that age through you. God? And you'll do it with your kids. If you maintain your spiritual walk, you'll do it with your children. You'll do it with your wife. I did it with mine. You know what I mean? When I first got with her, she was 350 miles away over the phone. She was like, I'm gonna go to this party, blah, blah. I said, don't go to that party. She didn't want to listen. She got off the phone. Oh, okay, all right, I won't go to the party. She got off the phone with me. First thing her intention was to do was go to the damn party. Lightning bolt hit her mailbox outside. That was the end of that. She knew she knew I wasn't one to play with like that. And that was just when we were courting. You understand? But it taught me the reality of what Christ said, man. What you bind on earth, I'll bind in heaven. What you loose on earth, I'll loose in heaven. There's a power in your tongue. Watch what you say. You understand? Because when you fly off the handle and you want to call your woman a bitch and then you can't figure out why she acting like a 4-footed canine, that's on you. You put that on her. You understand? But if you want to pump life into her and tell her what you want from her and what your intentions are for her, and how you want an Abigail, how you want a Jael, how you want a Judith, right? And you pump that life into her, show her positive examples, that starts to change who she becomes. Y'all get that? There's power in that. There's real power in that, man.
Yeah. The sister asks, how do you, just going off of what we're saying, how do you know you have lived up to your Hebrew name? Well, that depends on what your name is. It's the sister that's asking that, Karataziah, that means my diligence. So it's like we've been saying, there's two sides to the coin. Like my son, I just had a son, I named him Manashah. That means made to forget. So obviously when Manashah was given that name, made to forget, it was affliction, right, that was being gone through at that time, back in the scriptures. I gave him that name for the same purpose, but what if he goes down the line and forgets the scriptures? What if I teach him and his name is made to forget, he fulfills the evil side of it. So living up to your name, like a name like Karataziah or Zion, right? Zion Allah, the weapon of God. Right? He said the wicked, don't he say the wicked is his weapon? Right? But we want to be, he said the wicked is his sword, right?
Yeah. Dang.
But the names have, what side are you trying to fulfill on the name? We can be, listen, no matter what, we're diligent in anything.
Yeah.
But we want to fulfill the diligent side and praise in the Most High.
Right.
You can be a diligent crack dealer. You can be a diligent pimp. You could be a diligent evil person or diligent in wickedness.
Yeah, well, whatever your mind is set to, you're gonna.
Whatever your mind is set to, you're gonna fulfill. So,
yeah.
I know what you're asking. How do you know you're fulfilling the name on the righteous side? Well, you got to be doing the righteousness. You got to be doing righteousness, right?
If you're not, somebody will tell you.
You said what?
The person that named you.
Oh yeah, they'll tell you.
Have the spiritual insights and
Yeah.
when you're going off and when you're on point too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's why, like I said, brothers can't just pick their name out of a hat and think that's powerful. I'm gonna name myself that. Let a brother that knows name me. Let a brother of the spirit name you before you go just, hey, that's me. Because you'll mess your life up giving yourself the wrong name. Why you think? How many diamonds do you know that ain't on a stripper pole? How many women named Peaches you know is coming up in law school?
Mercedes.
None of them. Mercedes, caviar, Porsche.
You know what I mean? You want to, like, think about it. Look at the presidents. You know what I mean? They got these powerful names. They put powerful names on this one. Abraham, right? Abraham Lincoln. Of course, so you're gonna be a powerful president. George Washington, right? You're gonna name yourself after. They're trying to name themselves after people of the Bible or something like that. Why? Because it comes with power. But how many damn Tupacs was sitting on the White House? It's true. You know what I mean? How many Biggies? Because those ain't power names. You understand? King James on the throne because he had a Hebrew name. Y'all get that? These cats got powerful names. I don't care if you in Russia or whatever, you'll find them trying to name themselves after some biblical figure because they know the name has power. But go ahead and name your daughter Diamond, Portia. See where she ended up. You know what I mean? Name
Chardonnay.
some off the wall stupid name that don't mean nothing. You'll find out what happens.
Hennessy, she getting drank up.
Name your kid Pookie and be serious.
She getting licked on. Yeah, it's really, you can live up to a name or you can live down a name. When you look at like Peleg was named according to what was happening at the time. His name means divided, earth divided or earthquake, but that's what already had happened. Obviously, we're given Hebrew names according to the spirit of that person. My name, Quatazah, it means anger. But I'm not an angry man. It's a look. It's the way I look, but I don't have an angry spirit. It's not just a look either. The word is not even just anger, it's indignation. When you really go into that word, it means indignation for injustice. So when I was given that name, it's because when I started learning the Bible, I was appalled of all the things that I was learning that was being done to us. So that name was given to me, but I can use that name on the opposite end, and I could have became an angry man, like literally angry, just angry, bitter, right, upset about everything. But I'm not angry and bitter about everything. It's I that name was given to me because of how my spirit was. But how am I living that name up? How do I use the name the right way? Well, it says anger rests in the bosom of fools, right? So I know I can't roll around being an angry man, but it does say, which with much wisdom is much grief, and oppression maketh the wise man mad. So where do I put my anger? Do I put it in, let me go outside and bash the first white man that I see? Or do I put it in studying to be able to teach y'all how to encounter the white man and live? How to teach my sons, how to teach my daughters, my children. See, I put the anger into the, using it the right way. Again, karatazaya, my diligence, it goes back to what have you been diligent in? Zion Allah, weapon of the Most High. What are you? What type of weapon are you? Right? Are you destroying your people, or are you destroying the enemy? Tahawamayam, deep water. Right? We could go the flip side to every name. The scriptures say knowledge puffeth up, but he was given his name because he can dive deep into topics, right, and peel back the layers and give you the in-depthness. But that can also work against, because knowledge puffeth up. If he was a prideful man, it's like, well, yeah, I know everything. Y'all don't know a damn thing. And what am I teaching for? Yeah, he's deep. Oh, that's deep. But people get lost in the deep water, right? So he has to know himself and live up to the name the right way. Come with the in-depthness, come with the knowledge, but know that let me not administer too much, because it's going to throw people off, or people might not be on the level where I'm at. So, you don't live up to your name until you literally are dead, because you could be living one way, switch it up, live another way, switch it up. I mean, it's no different than enduring into the end. You got to endure all the way to the end to see what name did you make for yourself. But as we go, you're creating a name, right? But the name you started with doesn't have to be the name you ended with. Yeah. And that's on a good side and a bad side. We're trying to promote ourselves as good throughout. So you got to stay that good course. So, how do you know if you're living up to your name? Well, do good. That's what the scriptures say. Do good towards that name. Do good in your walk, and you'll live up to your name. Whatever name you have, Israel, whatever Hebrew name you got, you'll live the good side of that name. All right. Let's jump back, or else we're gonna be here till 9 o'clock.
27, 17.
Right. Next reader, right? Yeah. Moisturization.
Jermaine, Shabbat Tashon, Yahawada, Bun, Yashala.
Jermaine, Shabbat Tashon, Yahawada.
Bun Yashala.
Bun Yashala. Men of Israel, Iman. Barak.
Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shai, Rakatham.
Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shai, Rakatham.
See it rubbing off on me like that.
Yeah, you start
You making them forget the Hebrew? You making them forget the Hebrew? That's what you out here doing?
Wow.
Nah, he's pulling the Hebrew from his brain and put it into his own.
Wow.
Oh, that's what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's why we got to get turned to a pure language, because...
Bro.
Yeah.
Nicodemus. I like messing with
You
you.
know what that means? It means victory of the people.
I know what it means.
So you know what it means? Just let you know.
God.
Fighting for victory for the people.
God. You gotta do it. What people though? See?
All people.
All right. Go ahead.
Only one people I know. The rest of them I don't have nothing to do with it. Never did. When I was in the world, I had nothing to do with it.
God.
I know my end world, I always did. You know they killed a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old about 3-4 days ago. Cops. Huh? Nah, not in Houston. I think it was somewhere else.
Hold up. We're going to get back to the reading.
Okay.
Slock it. But yeah, we have to be back. Genesis chapter 20, we're going to be at Genesis chapter 27, verse 34.
Genesis 27, verse 34. And when Esau heard the word of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, Bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, Thy brother came with subtlety, and hath taken away thy blessing. And he said, Is not he rightly named Jacob?
So going back into what we were just talking about with the names, Jacob lived up to his name. He was smart.
The supplanter.
The supplanter. He did what he was supposed to do. Because the blessing was his. It was Esau's, but Esau gave it to him. You know, the scripture says, well, Jacob's name means supplanter. Jacob was always looking for an opportunity to get that birthright from Esau, from day one. So when he saw Esau came in faint, and he wanted that red pottage, Jacob was like, oh yeah, I'm going to get it from you. And he did. And now Jacob came in and got the birthright. Read on.
And he said, Is not he rightly named Jacob?
Mm-hmm.
For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he hath taken away my blessing. And he said, Hast thou not reserved a blessing for me? Verse 37. And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made...
And my bad. Back in verse 36, right? It says, and he said, Has thou not... No, read verse 36 again. I'm going to show y'all something really cool. It goes back to what we had hit Romans 8 and 18. Thou went to Romans 8 and 18 or Romans 8 and 19.
The earnest manifestation.
I'm going to show y'all something. Read verse 36 again.
Verse 36. And he said, Is not he rightly named Jacob?
Go ahead.
For he hath supplanted me these 2 times.
Go ahead.
He took away my birthright.
So, he supplanted him 2 times. 2 times. And took away the birthright, right? So right here, Jacob got the birthright. But now, what are we trying to do? We're trying to take our birthright back from Esau. Because what Esau did, Esau made us into him, and he became us. So when you look at these times right now, Esau is living out his blessing. So what do we have to do?
Take it back.
Take it back. Read on.
And behold, now he hath taken away my blessing.
Now he hath what?
Taken away my blessing.
So what do we have to do?
Take it back.
Take it back. Just like Romans 8 and 19 that we read earlier. The whole world waited on the manifestation on the sons of God. The whole world is waiting on us to take our blessing back from Esau. William?
Is this verse saying that birthright and blessing is considered 2 separate anomalies?
Is this verse saying that the birthright and the blessing is 2 separate anomalies?
Yeah.
No, it's the same thing. The birthright was the blessing.
Daniel 7:18. It's on what you say.
The birthright is what gave you the blessing.
Yeah.
Can you read it or y'all good?
Read it.
Yeah.
Daniel chapter 7, verse 18. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom.
Take it from who? See, we always read this. And, okay, the saints of the Most High going to take the kingdom. who do we gotta historically take it back from now?
Esau.
We gotta take it back from Esau. That's our blessing. He sold to us, but he tried to live it out anyway, like he didn't do it.
Yep, exactly.
Right? Like his typical MO. I'm gonna stomp out a whole nation, give them smallpox, death, rape them, torture them, and then act like nothing happened. Act like there's no repercussions gonna come from that.
Yes, sir.
Right? So they took our kingdom. And they think there's no repercussions coming from that. We're sitting here, religious minded, thinking, oh, all I gotta do is come to class. All I gotta do is read the Bible. No, the saints of the Most High gotta take the kingdom.
God.
You understand?
God.
That means you gotta fight through much tribulation. Acts 14:22. We gotta fight for every damn thing we're gonna get. Everything that's supposed to be coming for us, we gotta fight for.
Yes, sir.
Now, does that mean we're gonna go out there in the streets and literally box with Esau and gun blaze battle with them? No. It means everything's gonna be a spiritual fight. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be sickness. It's gonna be disease. It's gonna be your rib tripping. It's gonna be your kids out of line. It's gonna be why can't I just do anything easy and everything just fall into place? No, because you are gonna fight to take your kingdom. Y'all see that? Where you at?
Daniel 7, verse 18, second precept.
Read it again from the top.
Daniel 7, verse 18. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever.
Right. That kingdom that we want is going to be fought for. We're going to take the kingdom. Y'all understand that?
God.
So if you're coming here for any other purpose, if you're coming here just so you can wear the shirt because the shirts look nice, right? If you come here because you want to wear the little leather crowns, that's cool, but you better be in for a fight. You better be in for a struggle. What you got?
2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse, I'm going to start at 3. Chapter 10, verse 3. For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. Verse 4. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds.
Wow. So, we're not in for a physical fight. We're in for
I don't know about you guys, but I prefer rides.
You understand? That's what we're here for. If you're not here to fight, you're not here for your kingdom.
That's right.
You're not here for the kingdom.
I have another precept.
What was that, 2 Corinthians what?
10, I started at 3, verse 10 and 4. I have another precept. Romans chapter 8, verse 6. For to be carnal minded is death, but to be spiritual minded is life and peace.
Wow.
Let's
jump. That's where our minds got to be, man. We got to know that this is an ancient enemy we have in Esau, man. That they're living in our kingdom. That, if you ever worked in the mall, you know the feeling. You're sitting there by yourself selling oil, and they're walking by with their whole damn family. You know what I mean? They got wife, kids, dog, everything walking through the damn mall with them, and they got time. They got their kingdom here now. You know what I mean? I went to Cafe 101 with my rib, and the thing that was great, I couldn't figure out something was like, it felt like somebody was dragging their nails across the back of my brain, and I was like, what the hell is that? And I finally tuned into what it was, and it was the nations laughing. I was listening to damn Asians just being joyful, and it was pissing me off, man. Because they're in their kingdom right now. They ain't got nothing else to do but sit around and laugh and be joyous, man.
Yep.
While our people outside getting shot, our people outside living in this stupid ass ignorance, man, like they're just blissfully unaware because they got some damn Jordans on. You know what I mean? Of what's going on with their people, and you try to tell them and wake them up, and they, oh, but God loves everybody. Like, really? Does he really even love us right now? Have you seen what's going on with black people? Like, he don't love us right now. He don't love you in that condition. That's why he let your brains get blown out on the freeway. That's why he let your children die in a park. He don't love us right now until we get right, until we take our kingdom. But that's what was bothering me, man. I was like, I had to do the Carl Winslow, man. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. You know what I mean? I had to figure that out. Like, well, what's really bothering me right now? And it's the nations were in their joy. The nations are in their joy right now, and our people suffer. I'm seeing, like the scriptures say, man. You're seeing basically broke ass niggas walking around on horses, and princes walking around like servants. Men. You know what I mean? Like servants. That's the condition we're in, and our people are happy to be there. They happy about it, man. We still shucking and jiving. We still got the big Sambo grin on our face. We still come into class acting like it's a joke. You know what I mean? Where's the rage? Where's the oppression making a wise man mad? Y'all understand? We got to take our kingdom back. We got to fight every day for our kingdom. Be in that book. Be in them studies. Stop acting like it's a game.
God. Go ahead.
This is 27, last precept 36. And he said, hast thou not reserved a blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, behold, I have made him thy lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with corn and wine have I sustained him.
See, this was something to fight for, man. Look at Jacob. He fought for that since he was born. And on the heel of Esau, like, I'm getting that. Esau got complacent, forgot it was a fight. Forgot it was something to fight for. He thought he was entitled. But then he lost it, and then he cried. Now we're in his position. We're mourning for our blessing, right? But we gotta fight for it, man.
You know, also with this too, like when you look at it, this blessing that he's getting, it's for him, but it's not necessarily for him. It's for his seed. It's for his generation. Like the same thing with Abraham. Yeah. So when you look at what we're dealing with right now, we're dealing with it for our generations to come. And that's what Esau forgot. That's why he was just doing his own thing. Like he sold the blessing. He didn't care because he wasn't thinking about the future. He wasn't thinking about the kids and generation that was going to come after him. He was just worried about himself right there in this moment and in this lifetime, right? But for us, it's the same thing. We can do the same thing. You worry about yourself right now, like you're good and everything is good with you, but what about your kids? Your kids might not.
That's why I said
come up to be good.
A righteous man leave an inheritance for his children's children.
Especially when you see the way the time is getting worse and worse and worse. And you sit there and you're looking at the generations of the kids that's coming. You're good. But what about them? They're the ones that's going to be growing up in this society, with this society being the way that it is. So you got to see what we're fighting for. It's not necessarily like we got it. We got the wisdom. We got the know-how of how to maneuver through this world. But your kids don't. Your grandkids coming, they don't. You're studying. They might not be interested in studying. They might not be interested in the things that you're interested in. So what's going to happen with them? If you have sons, what kind of women your son's going to marry? If you have daughters, what kind of man is your daughter going to get? So like, these are the things that we don't consider. These are the things that Esau wasn't considering. But these are the things that Jacob was considering.
Even to this day though. Think about it. Every stimulus check, every hero act, every type of whatever it is, man, bailout, government funding, guess who got to pay for that? Guess that trickles down to the third generation.
Yeah.
I was watching a white man the other day. I was watching the news, and he was like, man, my grandchildren are going to pay for this. Pay for these stimulus checks and bailouts and a second stimulus. They know that. But that's why the scriptures, Esau is showing you his character. He don't give a damn. He's living for the here and the now. No, it says the just shall live by his faith.
Yeah.
Right? We read that in Habakkuk. The just shall live by his faith. Esau don't roll in faith. He rolls in the here and the now. He don't worry about the future. A righteous man will store up an inheritance for his child, not debt. So we're trying to store up an inheritance. We know it ain't going to be money. It's got to be this wisdom. It's got to be this knowledge to be able to take the kingdom. And we'll get all the riches and all that stuff. That's going to be the byproduct. But Esau, man, they don't care about future. They don't care about the afterlife. They don't care about their spirit. We want it now. We want it now. Right? Let's get it now. Let's do it. Let's use it up. And then we'll let the next generation worry about the next generation.
That's how you know this is what we're reading about. This is what
Yeah.
we're reading about. We're reading about the white man.
Yeah.
Their whole character is about here and now, screw tomorrow.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Oh, I need nuclear radiation to power my buildings.
Yeah.
Okay, but what about the water and the earth and the planet? Yeah, we'll worry about that later when some little 16-year-old girl starts whining about it. You know what I mean? When little Greta Thunberg or whatever starts whining about it, then we'll worry about that. Well, the damage been done. You know what I mean? The two-headed fish are already swimming in the sea. You know what I mean?
The carbon
the
footprint.
three-headed rabbit's already hopping around.
Yeah, our carbon footprint is already destroyed. It's the same thing with the Everglades down in Florida. They built that turnpike that goes from Tampa to Miami and it crosses the Everglades. Now they wish they'd never built that because they destroyed the economy of the Everglades. The Everglades are starting to recede and it's starting to dry up a lot of the actual land. But the Everglades had an ecosystem, that marsh, that swampland. It was doing something for the fish, and now the alligators are coming up on the land because the marsh is shrinking. But it's because they built. It's called it's like the Florida Speedway or something. I forgot what it's called, but it goes from Tampa. It cuts you across the peninsula of Florida from Tampa to Fort Lauderdale and Miami a lot faster than going across and then down. This one just segues right across. They wasn't thinking when they built it that it was going to destroy the economy, but did they care? They're like, nigga, we need to get somewhere fast. We need to get somewhere fast. And now it's like, dang, we wish we coulda, shoulda, woulda. Our carbon footprint is, they trying to erase that.
They did that when they built most interstates. Because they was
Yeah.
passing all the towns and stuff.
Yep.
Put all these people out of business.
Panama Canal, all these places that they blow up the whole earth to pass ships through. Now they're regretting it. So, again, the character of the white man is on display just through the reading. You don't have to go anywhere else, but just read and plug it into a people. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes 27, verse 37, last precept. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son? Verse 38. And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass.
Right, so him and Jacob basically got the same blessing. But there was one added incentive for Esau. He said, and by thy sword shalt thou live. Now, if you want to talk about those times to now, we know that the modern day sword is the gun. Right? When you got German Rugers and you got mass killings by automatic weapons, and Russia is funding this war with weapons, and just the gun influx in America. Who's doing that? The Arabs? You mean to tell me the cats from Dubai, they just boating up weapons on a boat and bringing it into America? The German Ruger, that's the cats from the Middle East? Or is not that the white man? Called the German Ruger. It's named after the Germans, the white boys that went into Germany. I mean, let's think about it. They're the ones that can show you how to take a plastic 9mm and turn it into a semi-automatic weapon with one attachment. They invented a gun that shoots around corners. You just bend it, right? And now you can see around the corner and you can shoot a target from around the corner. They're the ones that attach the damn laser to a ship, to one of their boats, and they're using laser to not laser guided missiles, but lasers to shoot things down. They're the ones that invented laser guided missiles, where I shoot a laser at a target and throw a bomb from wherever I want, and it hits that target. I mean, come on, who else is doing this? The Arabs in every other country is just now catching up to what America been doing with the sword. They've been living by that ancient sword. When they ran through all these countries, they had that sword behind their back and a hand out. Hey, we're here for peace, right? Now it's the gun. Now they walk around with a hip. Every state you go to, damn near, open carry, concealed weapons license. You go to Virginia, I was nervous. I was like, wait a minute, why does everybody got guns? Nigga walking into the 7-Eleven with a big ass 45 on his hip. I'm like, what is going on out here? Like,
every one of their nations will tell you that they are living by that sword in some way.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You got an AK-47. What's that? A Kalashnikov. That's
Russian. Yep.
You know what I mean? You go to Israel. Who's living there? Is it our people?
No.
Who's living there? Israelis. What do they got? Desert Eagle.
Desert Eagle.
You know what I mean? What do you got when you come to America? Smith & Wesson. Their
Yep.
names on it. They're telling you how they established their country.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They're telling you how they established any country they're in. You know what I mean? You can go to Ireland. They're going to be known for popping you in the kneecap with a 22.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
You can go to any European Edomite country is going to have a gun or a sword named after it.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
And then what they'll do, see, this is how you know this is Esau, because what does Esau do to his sons, modern day? They give their right to passage is when they hand them the gun and say, look, go use that. It's a right to passage. Here, son.
It's verbatim in that 13th tribe.
Yeah, the 13th tribe, yeah.
The drawn sword in front of their son. They say, this is how you're going to procure
your blessings, your riches. Yeah, through the sword. He said, through the sword, you're going to live. But you live by the sword, they're going to die by the sword also. Because now it's turning back on them. Look at what's going on. All the technology that they use, that they're building against us, that's going to be turned against them at some point. All those bombs and missiles and nuclear war machines, that's going to be put on them. You see that? So, again, another characteristic. What is this man going to live by? What does the white man promote? Everything is gun violence. All his movies, all his TV shows, all his policing, all his policies come through gun violence. That too.
True.
That too. But even if I want to have sex with you and you don't, I just put a gun to your head. I put the gun to your head. I find a way to coerce you. That's what they're about. That's how they live. The Bible is telling you. This ain't talking about, oh, well, they be out there in the Middle East beheading people. What the hell? That's not what this is talking about.